Hey everyone, how are y'all? Michelle, how are you? Kenny, how are you tonight? Hey Justine, how are you? Hey K Brass, how are you tonight? Agape Love, you doing alright? Hey JJ, King Scarlet, how are you? Hey Riddler, how are you? Headphones, how are you tonight? Hey Linda G, how are you? Agape Love, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Sandra, how are you? Princess Megan, how are you? Hey, hoping for answers. Crying Paula, how are you? Linda, I'm doing good, thank you. Princess Megan, and it's still 90 degrees here. It's super hot. Summer, how are you? Hey, Nina, how are you? Hey, Sally Mae. Oh, see, I saw pictures that people were putting out on Twitter today about that, about all the smoke and stuff up there. All right. Emails pinned to the top of the chat. Agape Love, I never got an email from you, so I could send Tonka's email to you. Summer, I got about 8 hours, I guess. I still think I need about another 30 days worth, but I should be able to handle the 8 hours. Okay, thank you, Agape Love. See, amazing how those flowers shown on satellite all started at the same time. I want to say I seen that somebody had posted a thing on Twitter showing how they all started like right at the same time, and then I seen today that the volcano out in Hawaii is erupting. New York City is orange and dark from all the smoke. So many different things going on today. Ow. Okay, y'all, give me a second. I'm trying to get situated here. Summer, you are getting the smoke down there too? Oh, wow. That is crazy that they're getting smoke all the way down there. Hey D22, how are you? Has Ann Taylor filed a motion to determine if the 1122 house was cleaned up, scrubber during an 8-hour party? If not, why not? D22, I haven't seen anything like that. I know that Bryan doesn't want cameras in the courtroom. And the way that the state is talking, they act like they don't want them in the courtroom either. But they're going to leave it up to the court to make that decision whether or not they have them. Let's see, Tupac got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame today. Oh, well, that's cool. It just seems like the defense and the state are just like wanting to keep this whole thing hidden from everybody. Hey, Cammy, how are you? All right, y'all. I'm going to. I gotta grab. There was several documents done today. Some of them's got like 20 pages. Some's got I think 50 something pages. I'm not going through all them today. I'm only going to go through two of them. I'm going to open up the panel to discuss this. Guess we will have to go to. It's summer. That's what it seems like. That's going to end up happening. Like if we don't, like the public doesn't get a seat in the courtroom, then those of us who don't go, we're just going to have to rely on the media that's going to be able to get in there. Hey, Gigi. Let's see. I didn't get to sleep, but I got something I have to do in the morning. Okay, Gigi, that's fine. So anyway, I'm gonna go through these two documents. One is from the state, one is from the defense, regarding the cameras in the courtroom, and then we're gonna open up the panel because this is getting a little bit ridiculous. Like I said, it seems like that both sides are trying to hide something. Hey, Justin, how are you? And it is just ridiculous. See, Melon Kingsbury, the missing mom from a date, her boy. Oh, JJ, I saw that. I actually retweeted. I forgot whose I seen it on, but I retweeted it that he got arrested today. And an article that I read said that he was charged with suspicion on second degree murder, and then the thing on Twitter said that he was arrested and charged with second degree murder. Hey, 1-2. Okay, and Gigi, that's fine, honey. Anytime you need to leave out, that's perfectly fine. I'm not loud this afternoon that Kohberger has an expert witness. Yes, there was. Hold on. I remember reading that, but I got to remember which one of them it was. Let me see if I can find that one real quick. Oh, and I think it's either for the is it for the court? Hey Valerie, is it for court this Friday or is it for the court that's on the 27th? And there was another document that came out about the kids' school stuff from the college that I may go over as well. States brief. No, that's not it. That's the one that I'm going over. Let me see if I can find that other one. No, that ain't it either. So I can see who it was. Because I do remember reading that. Jay Logston, which, he is on Kohberger's defense team, he has put out like two or three different documents, and they're like the longest ever. The amazing Tiff, how are you? let me see. Agape Love, I remember reading it. I gotta find which document that it was about. Okay, let's see. Who just posted this? Big Al did. Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger's parents hire a crime scene reconstruction expert? How did his parents hire somebody if they don't have any money? Hey, Tonka. I do know that in some of these documents, they have noted Lori Vallow, uh, her trial regarding the cameras. There was another one that they have, another document where they have noted like different news articles that they're calling people out and using those, trying to convince the judge basically um, not to allow the cameras. Shoot, this is the same one I then clicked on 3 times. Let's see. I gotta find that one. Yet. Well, shit. I know it's in here somewhere where they were talking about that they have a witness. I'll have to find it once I'm done reading over these. So maybe they saw the vital launcher. Wait, it's evidence. Yeah, I see. It's it's not in their position. It's never random. Okay, let me find the one that I'm looking for here. There was so many of that was released, and they mixed them in with some that was already released. I think this is the first one that I want to go over. Uh, they are talking about people on YouTube and everything else. And some of these court docs. And one other thing before I forget, don't forget that tomorrow, June the 8th, is Kaylee's birthday. And that's also going to be Kaylee J Day. I posted a thing about it um, on Twitter and on the community page on YouTube. And then also, if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so. All the girls who cleaned the house need to testify. And I seen somebody had asked a minute ago before I went live, I believe it was Norman, and I don't know if Norman's still in here or not, about the video that was out there. And I even talked about it, I think, last night and the night before that. This shows the law enforcement inside the house in the living room, and they're like filming it through the, hey, Megan L, through the living room window, and it's like something is on the floor, whatever. I don't know if the house was staged. I think that was the question that was asked. Could it have really been a body and they're lying on the PCA and all that? I don't know, honestly. Let's see. Got some good knowledge. It's just on. How are you? All right. Give me a second. Let me make sure my chat is right. YouTube really needs to get on the ball with some stuff, y'all. They are just been All these updates that they're coming out with is ridiculous. All right. So this one here, this document, and I'm gonna zoom it in so people can see it. For some reason, the ink on this one it's not as dark as the other ones. Let's see. Do you remember the video of the forensic team in the living room? I think there was a body there. Norman, I remember seeing it, and somebody else had played it today on one of their channels. It, there's something there that they're all looking down at, and they're taking pictures of it, and they're stepping over it. Um, they're using swabs to swab something down there. I just don't know what it is. I mean, if we go off of what the PCA is saying, and that Maddie and Kaylee was in Maddie's room, and then Ethan and Xana was in Xana's room, I'm gonna say possibly blood or something like that in there, and they were stepping over it, because they obviously didn't want to step in the blood. If it's a body in there, and they come out with pictures showing that it's a body in the living room, and which would then prove that the PCA is not correct, somebody's got some explaining to do. Because there's no way that they can go in with a PCA to get an arrest warrant saying that these bodies were found in the room or in the bedrooms, and then they got crime scene photos of a body in the living room. All right, so this is the memorandum on cameras during the hearing, and this is from Jay Logson, he's on Bryan Kohberger's defense team. So it says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through their attorney, J. Weston Logston, Chief Deputy Litigation, and hereby provides the following memorandum on the use of cameras during the hearing in the case. YouTube about people will see you or a member of the group. Agape Love. Usually mine should say that people, whenever you comment, people will see that you're a subscriber, because I have mine set on subscriber mode. But I don't know about the member. I don't know if some people have it set like that on theirs, or if that's even an option. But mine should say that you're a subscriber. Okay, so the issues that he is bringing up in this is, one, this court should limit media coverage of this case to protect the Sixth Amendment interest. Two is the court should not permit the media to use cameras to permit unfairly prejudicial coverage of Mr. Kohberger or harass courtroom participants. And three, the court should not permit cameras in the courtroom to distract courtroom participants from the real purpose that we are here. So the facts are, Mr. Kohberger's charge and subsequent courtroom proceedings have captured the attention of local and national news organizations as well as social media platforms. The court has previously permitted cameras in the courtroom in regards to the case's prior proceedings. However, given the sensationalized nature of the case, the audio-visual coverage has become material for news outlets and social media accounts to espouse their unfounded opinions. Following each of Mr. Kohberger's court appearances, numerous social media posts have been made regarding him through Facebook posts, YouTube and TikTok videos, and a podcast. Each video attempts to analyze Mr. Kohberger's demeanor by observing his body language. From one court appearance and describing him using phrases such as cold iciness, it looks like he is just filled with darkness and hate, and he keeps getting creepier, among numerous other phrases. It kind of seems like Jay Logston is being a tattletale, honestly. Because, I mean, people do have the freedom of speech, and we are entitled to our opinions. So the argument is one, that the court should limit the media coverage of the case to protect the Sixth Amendment interest. While the media holds the crucial role of informing the public of criminal proceedings, the right only exists to the extent that it does not impede upon the rights of the defendant and is subject to maintaining fairness in the judicial process. A fundamental right of every defendant is the right to a fair trial by an impartial jury established by the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Hey, Mom Bear, how are you? In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state in district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to inform of the nature and the cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of the counsel for his defense. And y'all, this is kind of hard for me to read because of the ink on it is super light for some reason. Okay. All right. So the U.S. Constitutional Amendment, is that 16? I think that's 16. The right to a public trial is not a right belonging to the public, but one belonging to the accused. Estes versus State of Texas, 381 U.S. 532-588, 1965. Harlan J. concurring. As such, even though the public may have an interest in a particular case, interest alone does not create a constitutional right. See Gannett Company Incorporated versus the Pascal, 448 U.S. 368, 394, 1979, and Berger C.J. concurring. Furthermore, as the court held in Shepard, given the pervasiveness of modern communications and the difficulty of effacing prejudicial publicity from the minds of the jurors, the trial courts make strong measures to ensure that the balance is never weighed against the accused. Shepard versus Maxwell, 384 U.S. 333, 362, and 1966. Thus, the court has a duty to preserve a defendant's right to a fair trial and must limit media exposure when it is apparent that the accused may otherwise be prejudiced or disadvantaged. Hey, April, how are you? Lady V, how are you? Hey, Scott, how are you tonight? Let's see, I'm shocked that Bryan doesn't want cameras capturing him. Mom Bear, I would have for sure thought he would have wanted cameras. So, to preserve a defendant's right, the court must balance the rights of a defendant and the interests of the media. In doing so, the court ought to recognize that a First Amendment claim should not impinge upon the most fundamental of all freedoms, the right to a fair trial. As 381 U.S. 532 at 540. So, furthermore, while recognizing the importance of the media, the court has held that the Sixth Amendment does not require that a trial of any part of it be broadcast live or on tape to the public. The requirement of a public trial is satisfied by the opportunity of members of the public and the press to attend the trial and to report what they have observed. So basically, they don't have a problem with the public coming into the courtroom. They just don't want it live streamed. They don't want audio going out. They don't want anything after court is adjourned for the day to go out to the public or anything. If you ain't got a seat in the courtroom, you ain't gonna know what's going on. All right, so number 2 says that this court should not permit the media to use cameras to permit unfairly prejudicial coverage of Mr. Kohberger or harass courtroom participants. So when cameras are present in the courtroom, the defendant becomes subject to minute scrutiny as his or her every movement can be replayed and analyzed. I mean, what is their problem with people talking about the way he acts in the courtroom? Hey, Vapor, how are you? So, as such, the court in the Valladolid held that audio footage from the hearing displayed an inordinate focus on the D zoning onto her face throughout the vast majority of the hearing, regardless of who was speaking or what was happening. Vapor, I'm doing good, and you really hadn't missed anything. I'm only on like page 4 of 8 of this first document that I'm going over, and it's just basically Bryan doesn't want cameras in the courtroom. Let's see, maybe he can't be trusted to act right. I don't know. I for sure would have thought that he would have wanted those cameras in there. See, there's a page that he lists various sources that have written about him falsely. Is it this one? I know what you're talking about, Agape Love, but I can't remember if it's this one or not. I've read so many different court documents today. Okay, so in the present case, Mr. Kohberger's actions are heavily scrutinized as self-proclaimed experts utilize audio and visual footage from courtroom proceedings to make assumptions regarding his body language and character, which actualizes prior courts' concerns regarding the presence of cameras in the courtroom. So they don't want like body language experts coming in there and giving their opinion or their expert opinion on how he's acting. So I think he wants them, his lawyers don't. That could be it. But the way I understand it with the state, it's like the state don't want it either, but the state is saying that they're going to leave it solely up to the judge. All right, so for instance, a YouTube video titled "A Psychologist Breaks Down Bryan Kohberger's Arraignment Body Language" proposes to dissect every gesture, every shift in posture, every flicker of emotion that crossed Kohberger's face during the tense courtroom scene, while utilizing only one courtroom video. Like Valladolid, the purpose of the footage is to scrutinize Mr. Kohberger's actions. In the Valladolid, the court determined that the footage during a hearing demonstrated an inordinate focus on the defendant. Number 4 says, here the court need not determine the purpose of a video utilizing audio-visual recordings as the purpose of the commentator's purpose is explicitly clear. And such a video would not exist except for the presence of cameras in the courtroom. Furthermore, the video posted on May 23rd garnered over 44,000 views in 2 days, further demonstrating the high level of interest in the case and the potential impact of pretrial publicity. Bryan has a so too. I'm just trying to catch up in chat. Also, hey Dreamcatcher, how are you? Hey, what the fuck? Someone get Sweetie Irwin in here. He needs to have a discussion with his girlfriend about her shitty attitude. Well, Ann Taylor didn't put this one out though, Vapor. This one came from Jay Logston. I don't, and Stevie's not in here now, is he? I haven't seen him. We'll have to get his opinion on this. So they're literally watching YouTube videos. They're reading all these articles. They are paying attention to how many views and how many days that this is getting. So additionally, an article published by the New York Post relied on audio-visual recordings to analyze Mr. Kohberger's body language. The article states that by dissecting his most minute behaviors, from the use of his tongue to his controlled reactions and the tone of his voice, can paint a picture of his mindset. Hey, Brenna Gator, how are you? By doing so, the recordings are once again being utilized to scrutinize Mr. Kohberger as the expert reached an uncorroborated conclusion after viewing only one video. Stephanie Pagones accused Idaho killer Bryan Kohberger's body language compared to Lee Harvey Oswald. The New York Post, it was put up May the 23rd of 2023, and they've even left a link to the article. So, despite the apparent popularity of articles and videos claiming to explain body language, many such claims are not supported by scientific evidence, as previous articles not cited by the self appointed body language experts in videos concerning Mr. Kohlberger explain. In fact, studies have repeatedly shown that body language cannot accurately be read like a book. Amelia Tate, Body Language Pseudoscience is flourishing on YouTube from November 21st of 2021. Vincent Denault, a postdoctoral fellow in psychology at McGill University, explains how there is no innate universal language of the body, and when self appointed experts associate specific gestures or facial expressions with particular meanings, the statements fall under the umbrella of pseudoscience. Moreover, Denault describes how even keen observers cannot interfere in a person's thoughts or intentions based on their nonverbal behavior alone due to the lack of scientific support. So they're talking about these people who are talking about Brian's body language, but then they're going to throw in there what some experts have said. So Raymond Skiba, Undark, The Truth About Reading Body Language, Popular Science, October the 8th of 2020. And they have included um, that link as well. Thus, when articles and videos proclaim to reveal an individual's state of mind, they only contribute to an ecosystem of misinformation in which disparaging comments and dubious theories flourish. I wonder if they've heard all of the misinformation that's been going around on YouTube and Facebook and TikTok here lately. So, along with making claims about Mr. Kohberger based on body language, social media videos also utilize the audio and visual footage from the courtroom proceedings to make comments regarding Mr. Kohberger's character. The video uses phrases such as cold iciness and "if you have ever seen evil before, this is what it looks like when you're in the presence of a demon." Similarly, in Irwin, the courtroom held that clearly prejudicial statements included articles that characterized petitioner as remorseless and without a conscience. As the court in Nebraska Press Association noted, such characterizations may impact the jury's determination as their ability to decide the case fairly is influenced by the tone and the extent of the publicity. So I guess they have forgotten that this case will be decided by a jury. Public opinion will only be worse if this gets graded. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be upset. Hey, Titanium Build, how are you? Okay, I gotta find where. All right, so as such, these phrases are used to characterize and make determinations about an individual based on limited footage with no regard for the presumption of innocence, which may impact a jury's opinion. So, are they going to say because of what social media is putting out there in media articles and stuff like that, that if hold on one second, y'all. I got to mute for just a second. Okay. There's like some craziness going on in my house tonight. So you won't need publicity to determine that the jury has eyes. I mean, it's almost like they're trying to blame everything on media and social media and everything else. See, I guess they've never sequestered a jury before. And that was even brought up, I think it was last night or night before last, like if the jury was going to, or did we think that the jury would be sequestered? I think they would be. Hey, Roger, how are you? Altered Soul, how are you? Let's see. Since the Bryan squad hasn't gone down already and there is a gag order, I can just imagine if there wasn't a gag order. I think it's sick and sad how people speak about him and not know him. Let's see. Anna's going to try everything. His team is doing an excellent job. Okay, I'm just trying to get caught up here real quick. All right, so the third part of this says that the court should not permit cameras in the courtroom to distract the courtroom participants from the real purpose that we are here. So once courtroom participants know that they are being recorded, they may behave differently. The court in Estes held that when a case is steeped in pretrial publicity, televised jurors cannot help but feel the pressure of knowing that friends and neighbors have their eyes on them. Usually, whenever they have uh, cameras in the courtroom, the cameras cannot be facing the jury. I believe some people got upset over that. And was it Murdoch's trial when one of the cameras that was up by the stand turned and called all the jury members? Okay, so the court further elaborated on how the presence of recording equipment may not be the distraction, but more so the awareness of being recorded. The court even goes so far as to say not only will a juror's eyes be fixed on the camera, but also his mind will be preoccupied with the telecasting rather than the testimony. Following similar reasoning, the court in Vallow Daybell also expressed concern regarding the additional pressure witnesses and counsel may be exposed to, knowing their every expression, utterance, and appearance will be captured and circulated without their control. The court also notes that the pressure placed on the witnesses may unduly influence jurors as they may make an incorrect determination regarding the witness while he or she is under the additional pressure of being recorded. The presence of cameras also places additional responsibilities on the trial judge. Now, not only must the judge preside over the proceedings, a task will require his utmost attention, but also the media to ensure that it complies with the rules governing the courtroom conduct. As such, the existence of cameras in the courtroom may potentially burden a judge as he might have his attention diverted from the task at hand, the fair trial of the accused. Additionally, the defendant may also be distracted by the cameras, as in the court in Estes held. The inevitable close-ups of the gestures and expressions during the ordeal of his trial might well transgress his personal sensibilities, his dignity, and his ability to concentrate on the proceedings before him. Sometimes the difference between life and death, dispassionately, freely, and without the distraction of wide public surveillance. Yorkie Mama, thank you so much for being a member for 8 months. And she says, hi to everyone. Hi, mods and laws. Miss you all. Well, Yorkie Mama, how are you? And we miss you as well. Hey, Liza, how are you? Seems more likely they don't want the world to see them fall on their face. Something, I mean, he's worried about his dignity, and we got 4 kids that he's being accused of murdering. Hey, Tony, how are you? So as a result, a defendant may not be able to fully focus on the proceedings despite being entitled to having his or her day in court. Therefore, the presence of cameras allows for the potential that the courtroom will devolve from a place for the victim, society, and the accused to receive justice to a mere spectacle. So the conclusion of this is the courtroom has a duty to preserve the defendant's right to a fair trial in order to mitigate the prejudicial effects of the trial publicity by exercising discretion to exclude video recordings from the courtroom. Thus, the courtroom the court should exclude cameras from further courtroom proceedings to protect the integrity of the judicial process. And it was signed by Jay Logston. Liza, I'm doing good, thank you. Give me just a second. Okay. All right, so that was the end of that one. It's only 8 pages. Give me a second. Going to put the link out. Anybody wants to come up and talk about this, you're more than welcome to. See, I think they overstepped with this argument. They're acting like cameras in the courtroom is a brand new concept. I mean, how many trials have there been now that's had cameras in it? Like there was audio for Vallows. I'm pretty sure Chad Daybell's is going to be the same way as Lori's was. Just audio. We're not going to get um, any visual footage until the deliberations are over with and the verdict is read. And then we had Letitia's, Murdoch. So the cameras in the courtroom is not a bad thing. Hey, Lady V, how are you?
Hey, Letitia's lawyer or judge seemed to be fine handling everything.
Right. I think it's just something else that he added in there to try to get the judge to think about it a little bit more. Well, if I got all these cameras in here, I got to pay attention to that too, not just what's going on with the trial.
Right.
Cameras in the courtroom ever since. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Titanium built. I mean, they had cameras in the courtroom for OJ stuff. And that was what year? 90 something?
Yeah.
90, was it 93, 94? I can't remember what year it was. But the point is, if you have one camera in there and a judge makes it a rule that you don't point the camera at the jury, if you don't point the camera at the witnesses, I can understand that too. And
Yeah.
don't zoom in on the defendant's face constantly. Just have it set to one angle where the courtroom can be seen, the defendant, the judge, the state, and Bryan's attorneys, and leave the witnesses and the jury off camera.
Right.
But I mean, I
I'm
think Jay
surprised.
Logston, he was just being a tattletale, honestly. I mean, like bringing up all these different articles and all that. But that's just my opinion. So, hey Riddler, how are you?
Doing just fine. Thank you for having me up. Hi, Lady V.
Hello. How are you tonight? Both of
Vapor
you.
up here.
Hanging
Vapor,
in there.
Vapor, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm
Doing all
good.
right. Still kind of laughing about this, but you know.
I mean, with all their big talk about exculpatory evidence and all their bullshit about he's innocent and this and that, but yet they don't want everybody to see them prove everything. They don't, it
I
seems more like I said, I think it seems more like they don't want the world to watch them fall on their face and get their ass kicked.
Yeah.
yeah, it's just, I mean, it's like they're scared for the public to see. It, maybe they don't have what they think they have, and it's been put out to the public that they do have good stuff that can either get him off as far as like the defense, or it can get a conviction as far as the state, and they don't want the public to see basically like what you're saying and fall on their ass.
This is
And
beyond pissed me off.
I mean, he just straight up was a tattletale in my opinion, but
who?
Jay Logston.
I told you that bald ass mother told you that guy thought that he was the shit.
He's the one that put it out. He put out several court documents.
What's his phone number? I want to have a talk with him.
Well, you need to get Stevie to talk to Ann and
I'm
get
gonna,
Ann to talk.
but he's probably sitting at home like a whipped puppy dog waiting for her to come home because he made her dinner, but it's cold.
Hey, Musical, how are you? Big Al, how are you?
What up?
Hello.
Wait, Musical says, I have a family member who is an expert witness in a high-profile case here in Australia. It was broadcast live. He took 10 minutes to get used to it. Cameras are not a problem. I mean, people are on camera every day.
Yeah, we're like on camera all the time.
I mean, if you go in a store, you know the cameras are there. You know you're on camera.
You hit it on the head when you said he didn't want to be analyzed.
That's, I
Because
mean,
they're going to pick up on something that he's doing a great job 99% of the time, but that 1% can really screw you.
I mean, their argument is that people are analyzing his facial expression.
Well, of course they are.
So what?
If
I don't
he wouldn't-
understand how that's even an argument, really, to tell you the truth.
If he did what he was being accused of doing, if he wouldn't have done it, nobody would be analyzing his facial expressions.
Right.
So, I mean,
He has to impress. He has to impress the jury, not the public. He's not running a popularity contest.
Exactly.
It's not like us at home are voting on this. There's a jury. What is it? 12 we said, and then about 4 alternates.
yeah, 4 to 6, I believe, alternates.
Right. That's the one he's got to impress. His life is in their hands.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have it, I could understand if there was like a courtroom full of cameras and they're pointed at all different directions, but that ain't what's going to happen. They had how many in Letitia's? They had, 3 different views. One was at the judge, one at certain witnesses, and then one pointed at Letitia's table.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's a whole courtroom full of it. It's like they're trying to hide something.
And at the same time, is the defense saying, we know our guy's guilty, and the reason I brought this extra lady up here was tried to kill the death penalty. That's why I've got this other lawyer next to me. I forgot her name. I'm sorry.
Oh, Eliza Masseth.
Right.
I believe is how you pronounce her first name.
And they know they're going to lose the decision, and they don't want this to be all on television. I don't know. I'm trying to. I don't follow their excuses.
No.
I don't either.
When he gets convicted, they want to be able to come out and lie about how good of a job they did, and the jury just didn't see it their way. They don't want everybody to see how badly they screwed up or how much they didn't have with all this big talk before this thing happens.
Just Don said prying, then he can wear a brown paper bag. I mean, I have a question though, honestly. How is Jay Logsdon? How does he have, like, they have 51 terabytes of stuff that they got to go through, and what is it, 20,000 documents? Where is he finding the time to go through social media and all these articles to point out different things of what people are saying about Bryan?
Hey, if he gets to wear a paper bag, I want to decorate it with a Sharpie, because he can't wear a paper bag without bushy eyebrows drawn on it. Period. End of story.
Hey, Jay, how are you? I mean, like, where is this dude getting it?
He doesn't sleep.
Something.
I bet they have a team of interns, law students working on all that evidence. They have to.
And back at the public defender's, I don't know about in Idaho, but here they got a slew of lawyers sitting upstairs you'll never see in a courtroom.
Right.
That are working on your case. And you never met them. You never shook their hand. You never saw them. It's kind of like going to the hospital.
Well, in a lot of cases, it's not even lawyers. It's interns. It's kids that are in school volunteering their time for free.
That could be. But I do know, even on the state here in my city, there are attorneys you will never see. They're not trial lawyers, but they're lawyers. They're they work for the state
attorneys that are helping out in a case or whatever.
Right, and they're the ones doing the footwork on the outside. The trial lawyer's not doing the footwork on the outside.
That's true.
They have tons of lawyers sitting. I mean, it's a big budget, and they're the ones coming door to door. Uh, Even the state attorneys here in my town, they have police officers assigned to them, not for just bodyguards, but they're out there investigating.
Right.
And,
Okay.
and so the defense has one too, as you saw. They have a detective.
Okay. I think I found Agape Love was talking in chat a minute ago. I think I found where Bryan is bringing in a witness for Friday. Agape Love, if you're still in the chat, is this the name? Well, shit, some of these documents I can highlight, and then others I can't. Jean Saucier?
I think it's
Okay.
Saucier.
So let me see what I believe this is the document. I remember reading something about it, but it's a motion for order and permitting Zoom participation at a hearing for the witness or to continue the hearing. Let me see, they haven't answered back. So comes now Bryan C. Kohberger bound through their attorney Jade Logson, Chief Deputy Litigation, and hereby moves the court for an order permitting participation via at the hearing currently scheduled June the 9th at 1:30. Counsel has arranged for expert witness Jean Saucier to be available via Zoom on that date and time. If it is not possible, Mr. Kohberger would request that the hearing be continued. The motion made on the grounds that Ms. Saucier is Mr. Kohberger's witness for the amount and type of coverage that this case has received, but is out of state and unable to appear in person on such short notice. Her testimony would be invaluable to understanding the data that Mr. Kohberger is presenting. June's. See, this one, Agape Love says Jean. Maybe she meant Jean. But apparently on Friday, he's going to have a witness, an expert witness.
Is there cameras for that one?
I don't know. I don't think they have approved cameras for any of them, honestly, except for, like the last one that they had his arraignment. Let's see if there's anything about cameras, because they have released so much stuff just from June the 2nd to today, and they have mixed them all up. It's like they released some today that was put out on June the 2nd. I don't see anything about cameras other than the state and the defense not wanting them in the courtroom.
If he was so eager to be exonerated, you'd think he'd want the public to witness it.
Right.
Well,
You'd
like
think
I
he's
said,
just a little bitch.
like I said in chat, I think his ego wants the cameras. His lawyers don't.
Yeah.
He wants people to see how brilliant he is.
This guy is all show and no go. He built this case up and he can't back it up. I'm going to be exonerated.
Well, show and no go was proven when he attacked people while they were sleeping.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he just doesn't have anything to back it up. I mean, if he honestly was, look, I got an alibi. I was at the Dairy Queen during those hours. I'm on video there. That's what he doesn't have, because he wasn't anywhere else but one place in the whole world, and that was in Moscow, Idaho.
Yep, he's on video there.
Yeah, if it was me, I'd be screaming, "Hey, man, check the video at the hardware store across from where I live.
Yeah,
You'll see my car pulling in at this time. Or check the video at Jack in the Box. You'll see me driving by at this time. I was nowhere near that place."
I mean, I'm wondering, because he knows what all the state has against him as far as evidence, more than what we know that they have. So I wonder if he, now seeing all this evidence, he's like, oh shit, I'm done for.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not getting out of it.
Well, I mean, he's had a few things where he thought he could step out of it, like he wanted to bring Bethany in. And if that would have happened, okay, maybe he's got a slight door opening, maybe a crack in the door where he can get out of this, but it got blocked. Evidently, it's blocked. So we're only going to wait and hear their testimonies at the trial that day.
Or maybe he was eating sushi with Lindsay Rodney.
Boom.
Mic drop.
Now, my biggest fear in this case, it's like winning a world title. There's only one thing harder than winning the world title, and that's defending it. And
Yeah.
now, if you look at it this way, right now, the prosecution has won their world title. They got him, and he's in jail. They got him wherever they want him. They can go see him whenever they need to. The problem is, are they going to lose him? And that's the only thing. The only thing right now can release him is some huge error in the courtroom.
Right. I mean, this guy's complaint about all this crap. I think, honestly, he puts his client in more danger if he gets off and the public doesn't get to see how.
Oh, I totally agree with that.
Tonka says she's waiting to see if he has an alibi.
I would think he would have presented an alibi at the bail hearing, wouldn't he?
You would think.
If he had one.
At the arraignment?
Yeah, at the arraignment.
Well, if he had an alibi that proved he wasn't there, my ass wouldn't be sitting in jail for
Hell
6 months.
no.
Mm-hmm.
And
Especially with that kind of label on you in jail.
well, the state is demanding if he has an alibi that he's gonna use as his defense, the state has demanded to know what that alibi is. So if he has one, they have to turn it over to the state.
Well, they have the right to examine it before trial.
Right.
I don't know. Last thing I need is some crony giving me updates about what happened in trial that day based off of their opinion.
And that may be what ends up happening is we're just going to have to, go by what the media tells. But I mean, how are we going to know? How is the public going to know every little thing that the media puts out is going to be the actual truth of what was said in the courtroom?
Yeah, like they have a really good track record, right?
Well, Google and the media put out only the truth.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't know how many trials we've been watching. We play it over and over, then we go back 1 minute, then back 4. He goes, no, listen to it again. We won't be able to do that with this.
Yeah. But I mean, you don't ever know. Maybe the judge comes out and says, no, we're going to have the cameras, but it's going to be done this way.
Well, I tell you what, it's 2023. The court system better get with the rest of us.
I mean, I don't know. There is somewhere, I don't know, somebody brought something about something being in the Constitution where the public has the right to witness.
Well, we do. But
yeah,
that's what it was saying, that we do.
but
But
it
it's
doesn't
only
say
really
cameras.
for that area.
Yeah, only in physically being in the courtroom.
So
But
then
you're dependent
laws
on the
aren't-
media to report what they actually see.
Right.
The law hasn't caught up with the technology.
I don't know. I don't think the prosecution's going to argue this guy's points. They're just going to let it be. And I don't think this judge is going to, I think the judge is going to basically agree with whatever Bald Boy just put on paper.
And some people don't act the same when they're in front of a camera. That'd be the only thing I could give the defense, is that some people get up on, they might get camera shy. They might say, well, I got the whole world watching me.
No big deal.
Yeah, but, they may give a
Get
different
used to it.
testimony under a camera, whereas with the camera. I'm just saying.
Maybe they'll be more honest.
Well, that's what I would hope. I hope the truth. That's what courts are supposed to be. The truth comes out. That's what verdict means. The truth is it came out.
Well, back in the 1800s and the 1900s, when they had a court case that was huge to a town, they would hold the court, leave the doors open, and someone would stand in the doorway screaming to the masses outside what was happening.
Yep.
So why is a camera any different than that? If they would have had that technology at the time, they would have done that rather than have the door open and have some guys standing up on a box screaming at everybody.
Exactly.
All right,
So
so
really, it is the same thing.
this is what the state is saying. This is the state's brief on the video and photographic coverage. In the state's view, the decision of whether to allow video or photographic coverage of the proceedings in this case is left to the sound discretion of the court. Idaho Court Administrative Rule, which is ICAR 45. The courts have not held that there is a First Amendment or other constitutional right of the media to broadcast or photograph a proceeding. In fact, there have been circumstances where the United States Supreme Court has held that extensive broadcasting and photographing of a proceeding to be a violative of a defendant's due process rights. And it's that Estes versus Texas. That was in the other one that I read. So, as guidance, the state has attached the recent decision by 7th Judicial District Judge Stephen Boyce in the case of State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Avallo, case number CR 2221-1624. A similar rationale may exist here. The state would further note that Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 53 prohibits courtroom photographing and broadcasting except as otherwise allowed by rule or statute in federal cases. The state has the following concerns about allowing broadcasting or photographing at the trial in the case. One is the state has a number of sensitive witnesses who would likely be intimidated, harassed, or harmed by a live broadcast of the trial. Two are jurors, unless sequestered, would have off-hours access to broadcasts, which may include discussions which were outside of the jury's purview. And 3, witnesses would also have access to broadcasts showing the specific testimony of other witnesses. So finally, if the court were inclined to allow the video or photographic coverage, the state would recommend that the court control the positioning, location, and the zoom of any camera, whether by order or simply controlling any recording itself, to ensure that the camera and the photograph is not solely focused on one participant, and that it does not capture any sensitive or inadmissible materials, and that it does not subject any trial participant to excessive coverage. And that was Bradley Rudley, which is the chief civil deputy for the prosecuting attorney. So it's almost like they don't want it either, but if the court is going to allow it, this is what they suggest. Controlling it yourself.
From these two lawyers, it sounds to me like we're not going to see shit.
Probably not.
Which is complete. I'm going to
Are we
hire
really
homeless
surprised,
people.
though?
I'm telling you right now, man. It's so damn irritating.
Well, if you listen to the people in Idaho, they don't want the press there now. They wanted Nancy Grace to fold up and leave. And I don't understand it. It looks like you would make that a plus for your side, having the press there and then giving them getting exposure for something good about your town while they're there. But for some reason, people in Idaho want everybody out of there right now. There's something going on there.
It's like they're hiding something and they don't want people to find out what it is.
Right there in that town. And I know the university is the cash cow, but there's something else going on there. I mean, this is the place that had Ruby Ridge. I know it's further north, I'm sure. But there's been all kind of things that go on up there in Idaho. I'm telling you, there's very strong militant camps in Idaho.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Further north you get, scarier it gets.
Something. I don't know exactly what it is, but there's something going on up there. Because, I mean, you would think that if the prosecution, if they have a strong case against him, they would want the public to see that and be like, okay, we was kind of catching hell in the beginning because of the way the investigation was going. But look, here's all our evidence. We were doing our job, and this is what we have against him. And then it goes to a jury and they deliberate and they come back and they convict him of this. Seems like they would want people to see that, but.
Well, I just remember way back I was on another crime channel when this case first broke out, and we had a guest on there who was a student at Washington State University.
Mm-hmm.
And so many things he told us, and that's when we found out the schools were only about a 10-minute drive, uh 15-minute drive. That's how far apart they are. And
Right.
then he started telling us about all the crazy things that go on between the that in that area.
I can give you 64.6 million reasons why they want this to go away as fast as they can.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's what the University of Idaho made in 22. $64.6 million was raised.
Yes, my God.
Wait, who raised that much?
Thanks to the sound investment and spending policies coupled with the immense generosity of our incredible donors, there's much to celebrate. $64.6 million was raised in fiscal year 22, beating the previous year's record by over $10 million at the University of Idaho.
Oh wow.
Just go look up.
That
Just
right
go.
there is why.
$60 million. They want that house gone. They want the story gone. They want the kids back, and they want them spending. They
They're
want
going
the
to act
parents
like
spending
it
money.
never happened.
Yep, just like they did in Prosser.
Just
Yep.
go Google the assets of all the major universities. You're in the billions of dollars.
I understand that Tony says that's not profits, that's income. Understood, but $64.6 million is a lot of reasons.
I mean, and you would think that they would want the public to see it. You know, like I said, they're being talked about, and the way that they've handled things, and people thinking that they're hiding things and keeping secrets. And if it seems like they would want it to be put out to the public, and the public to be able to see that he had a fair trial, and it was all a fair process. If they don't show any of this, the speculation is going to run rampant again, worse
I'll
than what it
go.
already is.
I'll go one more on that and say that they would want to show it so they could show how safe how much they, how do I say this? How safe that they want it to be there. You know, that they're
Right.
trying to protect the kids' safety.
Like if you come here and you do something like this is what's going to happen to you.
Right.
You know, and yeah.
But outside of the area, when anybody talks about this case, it's, hey, did you hear about those kids that were killed? What kills? You know, the ones at the University of Idaho.
Yeah, they don't know.
The University of Idaho, University of Idaho, University of Idaho. People hear University of Idaho over and over and over again. They want that to go away.
Yeah.
I mean, any way you look at it, a university in any state is a cash cow. Not just the money that the university makes, but everything surrounding it, all the businesses,
Oh yeah, because
all the
most of their
support
money comes
structure, the medical clinics, the everything.
right. Because all of those businesses is probably 90% college students that come in there
Yep.
and shop and all that, eat everything else.
And when the parents say, I'm not sending my kids to that school, that 64.6 number drops. Anyway, you look
Just
at it.
just listen to this. University of Texas, 42.91 billion with the B in their endowment fund. Harvard, 51 billion. And I remember when we got back onto the part about, well, people should be able to go to college for free or the government should pay for it. The government turned around and says, y'all got the money to pay for it. I mean, it's a money-making enterprise. Colleges, Texas A&M, 18 billion.
Big business, man. That was some of the biggest.
Yeah.
Some of the biggest. And wherever there's money, there's greed. And wherever there's greed, there's power. And wherever there's power, there's corruption.
Exactly.
Oh, let's see here. I just seen something in my damn chat. Hold on, y'all. They have added something new to the live chat and top chat thing, and for some reason, it's still bouncing off of live chat.
I just Googled University of, well, no, that's the College of Idaho. I'm sorry. They have 105 million in assets.
And that was what college?
Yeah, that was the College of Idaho, 105
Oh, okay.
million in their endowment.
Oh, wow.
And how much interest does that draw every year? Enough to cover the fiduciary funds
All right.
and the budget.
I mean, Boise State's probably the biggest college in that state.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Let's see what the. Let's see how many students Boise State has. Lord, y'all, I can't even type tonight. Okay. Hey, Amethyst, how are you? Let's see. Boise State University has a total undergraduate enrollment of 22,433 as the fall of 2021, and with approximately 66 of the students being Idaho residents.
That's
So
all.
full-time enrollment is 14,221. Part-time is 9,848. See, it received 15,511 undergraduate applications in 2020, with 12,020 students accepted for enrollment. So let's just say 22,000. So let's see how many University of Idaho has. Let's see. As of June the 8th of 2023, the University of Idaho has a total undergraduate enrollment of 8,366. So yeah, Boise State is like way bigger. Let's see. Hey, NorCal Jim, how are you?
I've been seeing. I saw this earlier today on a couple channels.
Seen what?
Seen this document on a couple channels. Everybody's talking about nobody.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, because it directly affects every channel on here that does anything with this case.
Right. See what they were saying. What they were saying was that the public does have a right to watch this trial, but back in that day, yeah, they might have stood at the door yelling out every little thing, but it was only locally. They're saying that, like, just because we can all have television now and watch YouTube doesn't necessarily mean that we're able to have that right to watch a trial. Only that area that they're in and people that go to it, if I understand it correctly. Hello, Jim.
Let's see. Hold on, I'm trying to see something in chat real quick.
What got me in that last case was the judge said only the press can take pictures.
Mm.
Well, everybody's the press. It's in the First Amendment. Everybody in the United States is freedom of the press. There's no government agency that passes out press credentials.
That's true.
So everybody could take pictures. I could be the press. Say, hey, I'm an independent press. You probably had to get vetted ahead of time to get those seats. But
I don't know. Joe went up there. He didn't have to.
he went up there and took pictures where the press was sitting in their seats.
Well, he went up there and he was actually videoing in the hallway. They asked him to leave, but he told him he was pressed and he got in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Gigi still in here?
I think so.
I thought I seen her a minute ago, but she had removed a comment.
Yeah, I read that comment, and I don't understand why exactly.
So I was trying to. Oh yeah, she commented after. I was just trying to see if maybe she had done it by accident.
Oh,
So it might have just. It might have been an accident.
But as we saw earlier, the judge put a gag order on there. That violated the freedom of press.
Hmm.
well, didn't that judge already warn the public or the
The media.
media people about being cautious about stuff or whatever? So it
Um.
seems to me he's already kind of. I mean, if you give him an excuse and the prosecution doesn't fight it, I think he's just going to say, "Well, there's going to be nothing."
Yeah, he basically told the media that I forgot the exact wording he used, but the stuff that they were doing could cause him not to get a fair trial, and that they kind of needed to tone it down a little bit. Hey, Jamie, how are you? The courtroom is very small, so there's not enough room for much of the public to be present anyway. Also, does Brian not want his family to see the trial?
Yeah.
Where did I see there was somebody on YouTube today was talking about, I don't remember now who it was, that they were saying that they thought that maybe Brian's family was going to go.
They're not going.
I don't think they are.
You
I
know
just
that.
to travel that far. Uh, I don't know, but then again, they could show up. Who knows? Hey, Cherokee, how are you? And Gigi, no, it was Brenna Gator's comments.
Brenna Gators. I like that, Brenna Gators.
But I mean, if it was an accident, it's okay. Hey, Nat Cat, how are you? Iris, how are you?
It can happen pretty easily.
Yes, especially when there's a lot of people in chat and you just. There's been times that I've like hit the screen on my phone and
Yeah.
accidentally removed people's stuff. So.
Or you've just gone to get some coffee and had your phone in your hand and your finger
Yeah.
hit it.
Now, there's been some other big cases where the cameras were banned. Timothy McVeigh, Scott
Yeah, but that
Peterson.
was a long time ago.
Scott, they went too far back. It was the 1990s. I mean, camera's a camera.
Yeah, I mean
1990.
they had them for OJ, so.
Well,
But
you're in Hollywood, Los Angeles,
well, yeah,
naturally.
that is true too. But
And
I wonder why they didn't have cameras for Scott Peterson though.
I know I would have loved to see that trial too. So I
and
guess they're going to leave us with rumors and speculation the whole time.
Yep. Like I said, if he does get, you know, found innocent, they're just going to put him at more danger.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Okay, so April asked, doesn't this, when we were talking about Brian's family go, and she said, doesn't the state pay for them or they just pay for the families of the victims? I
I don't.
wonder, I don't think they would pay for the defendant's family, right? That's a good question.
I don't think they pay for anybody's family to come.
No.
I know that isn't there like a, oh, what is it
That might be a
called?
victims fund for the
Yeah,
victims.
like where they help the victims or the victims' families with like travel expenses and stuff like that.
Okay, Jamie Texas chick. Jamie's Texas chick. I was trying to think of that because I thought so too. Ted Bundy's was televised.
Really?
Yeah, I was almost positive of it, and then Jamie said the same thing. Do you remember that, Riddler or Al?
I can't remember that.
It had seemed, I was thinking about that today, and I thought so, and I was just getting ready to say that when I read her
It
remark.
was actually the first trial to be nationally televised in the United States.
Okay, I thought so because there was a lot of firsts in his trial.
I remember seeing some of it and my mom making us turn off the TV because I was only like 9 years old at the time.
Oh, my mom was glued to it.
Was the Lindbergh case where the baby was kidnapped?
Oh, that was bad.
Was that
That was the
was that
play by. They did play by play, but it wasn't televised. I think they
okay?
did it on the. I think they did that one on the radio.
And I know they
Yeah,
had
I think
cameras
so.
in there, but I don't know if they had motion cameras. Might have been still frames they were taking, but I will have to check on that one too. I watched the Murdoch case and I didn't see where the cameras were a problem.
They weren't.
Except for whenever whoever was controlling that camera turned it and called the jury in Alec Murdoch's case. Did y'all remember that when
Yeah,
somebody was like walking out and they had to walk out the door beside the stand and the camera caught the whole jury sitting
Right.
there?
Well, this is interesting. While not allowed to broadcast the trial live, stations hired performers to act out the testimony and recruited prominent attorneys to comment about the Lindbergh trial. I did not know that one.
Oh wow.
So they actually put on like a play of the trial.
That was a big thing, man.
Yeah, Lindbergh was like one of the crime of the century, they call it. I mean,
Yeah.
I've never heard of that one.
Bundy was the first to go nationally.
you've never heard of the Lindbergh baby kidnapping?
I
Wow.
don't think so.
You got
Wow.
All right. Well, Lindbergh was a guy who flew solo across the Atlantic. He took off in the United States and he landed in Paris, France, and people went wild, and he was a national hero. One day, a guy brings a ladder up to his house, goes up to where the baby's room is, kidnaps the baby, and he holds it for ransom. Well, there was no, the baby passed away, let's put it that way.
Okay.
And they caught this guy, and it became the most famous case because he was probably the most famous guy at that point
In the world.
Right. I mean, he was Neil Armstrong at that time, Christopher Columbus.
right.
Oh wow. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, Charles Lindbergh.
There's a lot of really good documentaries about that.
Yeah.
There's several of them.
Yeah, I can't believe you've never seen it.
Well, she is kind of a young pup.
Well, it is, but we all tend to like get on YouTube and surf all over the place and watch every little thing we can.
But Ted Bundy's, I just researched it. It was the first to go nationally.
That's what I thought.
Okay, April said who's the one that had his ear cut off?
Van Gogh.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Y'all lost me on that one too.
You don't know who Van Gogh is?
Oh my Lord.
Wait, wasn't he like an artist or something?
He's a Dutch painter.
Okay.
And he drank absinthe.
And went crazy.
Went nuts and cut his own ear off and painted a picture of it.
Ew.
His head without his ear.
Okay, that's a little bit morbid.
He was a morbid guy.
I like to see the Supreme Court, some of the arguments that the lawyers bring before them. I like to see that on television.
That.
Well, yeah, most federal, I mean, I don't know of any federal court, and I don't know if somebody will show me wrong, that where I've seen it on television in federal court.
Uh,
I'm not saying it hasn't been done. I'm just saying I haven't seen it that I can recall.
no,
I
I don't
think-
think they want. I don't think they allow it.
I think part of the reason they don't want to let a bunch of press in this courtroom is because I know firsthand it's not very hard to get press credentials. It really isn't.
No.
I was vetted by the White House in 24 hours to be in the press pool for a Donald Trump speech. Within 24 hours, I had press credentials and I was standing with Fox on one side and CNN on the other. So it's not that hard. And really, you can just print up credentials and say, here they are. Because who issues them?
Nobody issues them.
It's for the event. I mean, if they have an event, then they would have to apply to, say, the prosecutor or whoever's in charge, and then they would have to vet each person that applied. How many YouTubers do you think are going to try and get in there?
Look at those First Amendment auditors.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, I think a lot of people would try to get into that trial as press. I really do.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
But they could put one camera in the back of the room.
Yep, and put the press in another courtroom.
And then let that feed to them.
Yep.
And then they send it to us.
I mean, I don't know why that would be an issue, but
Maybe that lady lawyer, the blonde one, what's her name? Ann Taylor?
Ann Taylor, yeah.
Little liar.
Maybe she's, well, all lawyers are.
Don't get Vapor started, man. He just calmed down.
Maybe they even lie to their clients. Maybe she's tired of hearing people talk about her hair.
Oh, it's a wonder that wasn't brought up in J Logson's.
Yeah, somebody please brush her hair.
Yeah, people were talking about what did she have her hair pulled up? Did she not brush it? Did she just not straighten it very good? I mean, there was even people paying attention to the woman's hair.
Well, it looked horrible.
But it's serious. It's terrible we grade that way. And I know
mean,
you're supposed to have a nice appearance and all that, but it just goes back. Women have it tougher than men. If you go look at any of your news channels, the ladies are usually, especially like Fox, they got to be young and attractive. And for the men, they got to look like they're weathered for the longest of time. I mean, look at Walter Cronkite.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Well, look at Ron Burgundy, for Christ's sake.
Who was that?
Ron Burgundy. Oh, Jesus.
Show me an ugly weather girl, and I'll be shocked.
If you show me an ugly weather girl, I'll show you a news station that's out of business.
Yeah,
exactly.
true. You don't know who Ron Burgundy is either?
No, and I mean,
for Pete's sake,
I may
You wear
have-
those
Let's
fake
okay. Let's let her redeem herself. Do you know who Walter Cronkite is?
yes.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Now, this other person y'all were talking about, I have probably seen him.
No,
Just-
Ron Burgundy is from a movie, hun.
Oh, well, hold on. I got to go ask Google.
Google.
It's got, what's his name? I can't remember his name right now.
It's Will Ferrell, isn't it?
Yes, Will Ferrell.
The
Oh, the
legend of
Anchor
Ron.
Man.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
legend of Ron Burgundy.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
I mean,
I know who Will Ferrell is, so.
but when you look back in the day, David Brinkley, Chet Huntley, Howard K. Smith, Harry Reasoner, those were the guys that came in our living rooms in the 60s and the 70s.
And they actually reported the news, not commentated on it.
Right. They didn't create news. They just reported. And they only had 30 minutes.
I mean, I remember back in the day whenever I was little and like the news would come on and it's, like you said, 30 minutes and they got to the point about the story that they were putting out and then they moved on to the next one.
Right.
Where now it's kind of like what we're doing. Opinions
is.
24-hour news.
Yeah, it's kind of what it seems like it's turned into, honestly.
Well, yeah, but you know what the thing that gets me with that is it's like they hook on to 4 or 5 subjects and they cannot get off of it. And there are so many more things going on into the world. You would think for 24 hours they'd be able to find other things to play.
Yeah.
They have an agenda.
I don't know. I haven't watched the news since 2000.
I don't. Yeah, I used to be a news junkie, but I just
I'm sorry.
I
2020.
I can't with them anymore. I'm just like
No, I don't watch the news.
it. Like just they don't report the news anymore. They just talk.
The only news I watch is the weather. And that's it.
Well, I got Alexa to tell me how it is outside. So
I just walk outside, find out what the weather is.
yeah, can do that too. But I don't go out there.
I can go on my computer and it'll tell me what the weather is. It's going to tell me the humidity. It's going to tell me what's going to be that night, time it's supposed to rain, a 10-day forecast. I get all that in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. The weatherman here in my city, and it's on all station, he'll take up 20 minutes for the news.
And they're always wrong.
Right. Well, he
Yeah.
only has to have a probability.
Right.
And now they cut our sports down to about 5 minutes. And here we got a pro football team in town. And they're going to put up a brand new stadium to look just like the one in Los Angeles. And what do we get? About 3 to 5 minutes of sports. I think most people are getting their news now with the internet. Everything's coming off the internet.
Yeah, and you can't trust that either.
No.
I'll be honest.
I refuse to trust anything I can't verify in 3 different places.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, I'll be honest with you. I trust more what we find than what they do because we verify ours. We got the receipts, man.
Yeah, but they're in the business of trying to get it first.
But
They're in the
I
business of
just,
lying.
I
Oh,
just think
yeah,
if
definitely.
I think if the cameras were allowed in the courtroom, it would show more trust and confidence with the public of how our system works.
I
I mean,
agree.
it just seems like if they don't allow cameras in there, the rumor mills are going to run rampant worse than what they are now.
Well, look what they did with the gag order. It
Yeah.
got
Think of the gag order times 100 if they don't show this trial.
we're we're going to be breaking down transcripts. What is that, about 30,000 pages? And to find out who said what and how they said it and where they this was here and that was there. How long is this trial? 6 weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have it scheduled from October the 2nd to November the 12th. So it could go past the 12th or it could end before that. And I don't know, is that exactly 6 weeks? I've never counted it up.
I don't know.
Let me look. Oh, shit, that's a calculator. Hold on.
And do we have holidays in there? I don't think we do we?
No.
Is Veterans Day? What is that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, wait, they have it to end on November the 12th, but November the 12th is on a Sunday. So the 6th would be 6 weeks, November the 6th.
Well, there can only be 2 witnesses that we know at the crime scene. Then we got the DoorDash. And I guess the rest is going to be all the experts with the cameras and the forensics. And
Arkansas, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just saying there's only going to be 2 main witnesses. That's going to be Bethany and Dylan. And then you got the DoorDash coming.
Yeah, and I'm wondering because like even in Lori Vallow's thing, we didn't know who the witnesses were going to be until the day of court for that day, and then they would start saying like who it was going to be, and or if the same witness from the day before didn't get to finish up or whatever. So, I mean, I would assume Dylan and Bethany is going to be 2, but I'm curious to know who else is going to be up there.
I mean, didn't Steve say that he wants the world to watch?
Yes, he said his words was that he is wanting this to be televised because he wants everybody to be able to see justice being served for these kids.
So, do you think this just might be another dig at the victims' families?
Possibly.
I mean, these guys they do nothing but disrespect the people that shouldn't be disrespected.
Right. And, like it almost seems like the state doesn't want them in there, want the cameras in there either, because and their main thing was the sensitive witnesses. But they're not just coming out and saying, look, we don't want them in here for this, and this reason. They're just saying, we're going to leave it up to the discretion of the court. But we ask if you do let them in, then we hope that you would do this, and this, where Jay Logson's just coming out and we don't want them because people are scrutinizing Bryan Kohberger and his facial expressions and blah, 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 and all this and that.
Well, he shouldn't have any presumption of privacy.
He just sounds like the lawyer version of a fucking snowflake.
how does the prosecution feel about it?
They said that, oh yeah, well, we don't really care. Do what you want.
Well, then it looks like it's going to be no cameras.
It's going to be up to the judge.
Yeah, but he's going to side with the 2 lawyers. No objection there. Good. Perfect
Exactly.
case. Yeah, he doesn't want any objections and have to settle a dispute.
I don't know if they won't object.
They may
Yeah.
not.
Or if they don't, then you're right. I mean, it's going to be no cameras.
Oh Lord Jesus, y'all! I'm still here. I'm trying to figure out how to spell a word.
I do that all the time.
A space WORD.
Let's see. Musical says obscure but breaking news here in Australia. Scott was sentenced to 9 years in prison for manslaughter of American mathematician Scott Johnson in Sydney in 1988. Okay. And musical, when was he? So he was just sentenced to the 9 years? Do we know what Ethan's sister's car was in the driveway? Jen, the only thing I could think of is that she, once, I guess Hunter might have called her or whatever, she drove over there. There will be a
Yeah,
much
but
bigger
they
circus
kept her
outside
car.
trying to get inside. Yeah, they kept the one that Ethan and Hunter shared, and then hers also.
Right.
Let's see. Yes, sentenced a few moments ago. Okay. And Iris said toxicology should have been requested to overruled victims were not drugged or subdued. I have seen several different places of people saying that Dylan drugged Bethany and Bethany drugged Ethan. We have absolutely no proof of anything to do with drugs in this case.
It's not even insinuated anywhere
Didn't you?
It's
other than
just
rumor.
right, and it's these people who are putting this rumor out is saying it as a fact, and
They
it's
said Dylan drugged Bethany and Bethany
Bethany
drugged.
drugged Ethan. Yes, that is a rumor that is going around, and people are saying that it is stating it as facts.
Wow.
And where they're getting this from, I don't know. I don't know who this person is who come out with this crap to begin with and started it, but it's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, that is. That's ridiculous. Especially because there is no way for anybody to know if that would be true or not until we hear from them. And
Right.
that's not what we're going to hear.
See, why did it take 8 hours to call 911? Mega, that's a good question.
We'd like to know that.
I think that's like question number one. I have like 3 or 4 number one questions that I think I need answers to. One is
Even,
the 8 hour call or 8 hour time gap.
even if you don't want to count the 8 hours, let's mark it to the point where she calls, was it Ethan's friend to come
Yeah,
over?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, allegedly, we don't even know if that's true or not. We don't know if it
Okay.
was. We don't know if it was Ethan's friend or if it was Ethan's brother or somebody else. It's just been put out there. It was Ethan's friend.
Okay. What time was that?
The way I understood it, it was right before the 911 call was made. Probably just like a few minutes, 10, 15 minutes before.
Well, I'm just thinking, I don't know if a call could have been made at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. Could any of those? We won't know because we don't
No,
have the autopsy. Could anybody been survived?
no.
I don't think so from the sound of it.
Because we just don't know if just a major artery was
But
hit.
I've wondered that too.
They can stop that bleeding. But now if it's a major organ like a lung and a heart or a liver and a heart, yeah, we got problems there.
Yeah.
But if it was just a artery, a carotid, or well, everything was below the neck, but uh, and I guess everything was in the chest, wasn't it?
That
We
is
don't
what
know.
I want to say the coroner, but I don't remember where I seen that the coroner said that. But it seems like I remember her saying that everything was in the chest area.
Hasn't she come out again here? Has she come out here again here recently?
I don't think they can because of the gag order, can they?
She would be under the gag order as well. Lady V, Sally Mae said that your volume is low a little bit.
Okay.
See, does she have her phone with her? Are you talking about Dylan having her phone with her? I did hear Ethan's. Mega, I did hear that too. But that's another thing. I don't know if it's true or not.
Is that better?
Yeah, you're a little bit louder now.
It's going to be interesting to see if we get to take a look at the toxicology on the victims and just, okay, how much alcohol was in their system?
Right.
Is that what made it easy for whoever did it? Were they that hammered that they just couldn't fight back?
Right.
You know, did he get in the room without even waking them up? And their first waking up was the knife was penetrating.
All,
It's
all he has to do is get within arm reach, and he's got him.
yeah. But I would think, I mean, if you're stabbed, I would think if you're stabbed in your sleep and you're able to, you're going to wake up screaming. I would think.
Well, that little boy in Tulsa did.
Scarlett, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is this the paperwork or document or whatever? Is this the one that said something about him when he was like 16 years old and he started working out, and he did a lot of, when he was going to apply for that police job there?
Oh, that is his. I think I have it in my email. That was his application that he put all of that on whenever he was applying for a job with the school district out there in Pennsylvania.
So it sounds like from that he did have some training on protecting himself.
Yeah, he said that he boxed every day after school, and
Right.
he was a runner and all that.
Right.
I wonder why he wanted to be a police officer, so he can have power or so he can find weakness.
Probably both.
It wasn't to serve and protect, I can tell you that.
Well, here's a question for you. If he became a police officer, do you think he'd still do this?
Possibly.
I mean, we have, the night, well, I call him the Night Stalker, but we have the Golden State Killer. He was a police.
I was watching one of them crime channels, and it was a police officer that was a serial SA.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew which houses to get because he gets to scout the neighborhood every day. He knew which ladies were single, which ones, what time they came in and left. He knew all this, and I forgot how they finally caught him, but it was a good little documentary.
Did he catch him back then, or did they catch him later?
Well, they caught him. Oh, it was probably within a year after he committed all of them.
Yeah, I mean, and they're not the only ones. We just don't hear about it very often.
Yeah, a lot of guys in the military. They had a case here in my hometown where a sailor SA'd a female, and he won his case. Now listen to this. Before he committed the SA, she told him to put some protection on.
Uh-huh.
That showed consent to the jury.
I call bullshit. That calls
Hold on. Right, because at that time HIV was just coming out and all that. And so or any of the other STDs. But anyway, so he did it, and that came in court. Well, it got appealed, and then he was found guilty.
Well, thank goodness for that guilty verdict, because that's crazy.
That is crazy.
Okay, I'm about to pull up his application. I just got to get it. Gotta find where the hell it went to.
Because this goes back to what we were talking about the other night when I was asking, did he have any, training on protecting himself or anything like that? But I mean, if you're boxing and you're doing quick stabs, you can do the same thing with a K-bar.
Yeah.
All right, so it's for the Pleasant Valley School District. It was November the 10th of 2015, and his positions desired was a custodian, a courier, or a security officer. And they redacted his address, telephone number, social security number, just the normal stuff that needs to be redacted. But he says, all right, so it shows he went to, the Pleasant Valley High School. He completed 12th grade. Let's see. Describe any specialized training, apprenticeship skills, and extracurricular activities. So this is where he says, I boxed after school every day at the Jesse Harris Boxing Gym on 209 near Big Cheese Pizza. When it was still open, I also attended a year of the law enforcement program and a year of HVAC at MCTI. And I believe that after that, he also helped his dad with
Yeah,
pipe fitting and air conditioned systems and stuff
yeah,
like that.
heating and air. Yeah, heating and air.
And then there was something else that was on here. I gotta find it. He was an improv speaker, I believe. Where did I see that at?
I thought he said he was an impeccable speaker.
Okay, that might have been it. I just remember something about him being a speaker, which we've heard that multiple times, where they said that he would get started on something and he made sure that everybody in the room knew that he knew what he was talking about.
Right.
He was talking to the boxing community, right? When he gave his speeches.
I don't know who he was talking to, but
Well,
Yeah,
that was
I had read where he was talking to other boxers. But,
okay.
but I don't know if that's true. I mean, there's so many. I heard some good whoppers this morning.
Yeah, there's just the world is filled with rumors on this case. It's crazy. Let's see. So he worked as a fish cutter. His work performed, I cut the fish to specifications of the customer, but that uh, his employer for that place said that he never did cut fish. That he was supposed whenever kids start out working there, they have other jobs like cleaning up and stuff like that, and then they kind of move up to
right.
the
Little
fish
at a time.
cutting position. Let's see what the next one was. BJ's Wholesale Club did multiple things here, mostly the meat wrapping. He made $9 an hour there. In produce positions, I made sure tags were correct, prices were matching on the outside shelves. I stocked the shelves with the meat products, and I unstocked the shipment that came in overnight about 3 to 4 times a week.
Yeah, but I mean that's kind of like a resume. You're going to make your resume look as good as possible.
Oh, for sure. Let's see, where is the other part though? See, it says here, state any additional information that you feel may be helpful to us in considering your application. I did HVAC with my father, Michael Kohberger. It was a side job here and there, and it's allowed me to have periods of unemployment. I'm going to need more income now due to the fact that I have a lot of responsibilities and utilities. Let's see, I'm capable of what is considered pipe work. I can solder, attach pipes, and do some basic HVAC. So he's saying that he learned that from his dad. Let's see. I was the District 11 Skills USA Regional Champion in 2011 for extemporaneous speaking. I learned how to do more HVAC at MCTI, and I learned how to patrol and do basic security procedures from my year in law enforcement. So he makes it look like he was actual law enforcement.
Yeah.
See, I was a boxer, still am a runner. I believe dedication and perseverance are the most important skills learned from my activities. I lost 130 pounds at the age of 15 into age 16 while attending school at PVHS and MCTI believe that this is proof that I have the required dedication to be successful. Okay.
Now, how far did that other guy live from him? Brent Kopecker or whatever his name is?
Brent Kopacka, just
Yeah.
not like super close. It wasn't like
I
I
mean,
think it
less than a mile, half mile like that.
probably, yeah, I would say less than a mile, because I want to say that Brent either lived right off the college campus, kind of like the girls' house was, like the house is here and then the campus is like right there next to it, or it was right at the edge of the campus, but on campus.
And he was a member of the United States Army, right?
Yes.
And that's what BK wanted to be at one time in the Army, right? He wanted
He
to
wanted
Yeah.
to be a ranger.
a
Yeah.
ranger. Was the other guy a ranger or just airborne or
He was 82nd Airborne.
Okay.
82nd Airborne?
Hold on, let me answer a comment.
But there's nothing to show that they were buddies or pals or friends. Is that right?
I haven't seen anything where they knew each other or whatever, but that's also a rumor that has came out that they possibly knew each other. It could have been, maybe there was a drug issue there because of people were looking back on the fact that Bryan had a drug issue back when he was younger, and maybe there was like that connection between them two. But as far as like any type of proof, I haven't seen any.
Just so many similarities there, and they live so close beside near each other. You think they would have ran across each other and struck up a conversation?
Right. Hey, Stevie, how are you? Yeah, I
Oh,
mean, they might have
Stevie.
ran into each other at some point.
Did dinner get cold, buddy?
Let's see. The video title better be some sort of elaborate prank. No, Stevie, the defense doesn't want the cameras in the courtroom. Vapor says you need to go talk to Ann Taylor.
He's
You
mad.
better give her a stern lecturing.
Vapor, you got a crush on Ann Taylor.
I'd like to crush her. You're right.
And a car crusher.
I think Vapor and Stevie both were kind of fighting over there for a little while.
No, there's no there. He can have her. It's all him. Telling you. Matter of fact, I don't know how she keeps her hair that white with all the buffalo sauce she has and those paws from all the chicken wings.
No.
I
Yes.
hope she listens to this channel because let me tell you, lady, there's going to be so much more worse if you don't put cameras in that courtroom.
It's going to get really. There's going to be a lot of people that's going to be upset if there's no, which I know there's nothing we can do about it, but just people are going to be seriously upset. There's going to be rumors on top of rumors,
Yeah,
worse than what they are now. People are going to come out and say that they know for a fact that the defense in the state is hiding stuff. They're going to say that the media is lying about what was said in the courtroom. It's just going to be chaos.
Yep.
Honestly. So, hey Jay, how are you? Let's see. WSU is a corrupt school. It's a political cult.
See, there it goes.
Yeah. I don't understand like what is going on up there though in the Idaho Washington area. Just since this case has started, there's been how many people that has died over at the WSU campus?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy for someplace never had a death in 7 years.
It's like,
A murder, not a death.
Well, I was trying not to say that word.
Oh, well,
let's see. Hey, Jim Miller, how are you? In an interview, Bryan asked how the neighbor would kill someone in the military. Kohberger was in the military. Jim, what interview was that in? Let's see. Support no camera in the court for the case. For this case, after a judge showed that there can be irreparable harm. See, did the defense? Wait, the defense didn't want cameras in Letitia's trial neither. They didn't win the fight, so what makes Taylor think that she's going to win this fight? It's not up to her; it's up to the judge. Yeah, that's who, and that's how the state put it too, Betty Jo. Whenever they come in with their part of it, it's primarily up to the court. This is the reason why they wouldn't want it. Was basically, I think, just a sensitive witness or witnesses. But if they're going to do it, we would ask the court to do it. Have control of the cameras. Jay Logson just come in, tattled on everybody all over social media, and then basically told the judge, don't put the cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah.
so now we got little liar and her little bitch. I can't stand this guy.
He just looks very cocky. This Jay Logson dude does.
I'm gonna hire homeless people to pelt him with water balloons full of paint before he goes into court every day.
Ow.
Just you're not gonna be on camera, dude. Don't worry about what you look like.
Gigi, honey, you keep deleting comments. I don't know if you're hitting your phone and not realizing it. See, they don't hurt to put the cameras on them witnesses, and they don't put the cameras on the jury. No, I mean, so, the jury wouldn't have a camera pointed at them. If it's a witness, like, wasn't there some in Letitia's that they would turn the camera
Yeah, they did.
away from them?
Yeah.
So if they have to do that, especially like if it's some of the college kids that maybe they don't want it. I mean, well, their name is going to be put out there whenever it's, whenever they're called to the stand, but I'm sure there's a way they could figure it out.
But that's going to come out anyway.
Right. Do you have any idea what fraud was it? April at that? I don't know.
Was that confirmed?
No, it was said that Fry and Payne were both there. And
Well, I do know one thing, at least in California or here in Nevada and stuff, that when there is a SWAT operation going on,
mm-hmm.
all of the agencies have somebody represented go to the scene. Like, just for example, like Metro Police Department has a SWAT operation. There will also be people coming from Nevada Highway Patrol, even the school police,
Mm-hmm.
and some of the university police. They all have representatives that show up at the scene. So because they're so close in towns, but they're different states. I don't know, but maybe, they do share the same 911 kind of situation. So, maybe, but it just doesn't seem like the chief would be the one to go represent his department,
Right. Yeah. I
Especially
thought
in the middle of the night.
right, because see, I thought if it is true about Kopaka and Payne being friends and serving in the military together, and they're saying that there's a picture of them floating around in the internet of the two of them, I thought, well, maybe Payne knowing him, maybe they got him out there, to maybe try to talk to him or something like that, and maybe Fry was just there for support or whatever. But
maybe Kopaka asked for Payne.
could have been.
I mean,
I don't know.
you would have thunk, though. I don't know. I still don't see a reason for shooting somebody when there's no hostages left anymore.
I would really like to know what made them do that to him. Like what I get that he had a gun. Uh, I thought I seen somebody in chat the other night say that they had heard he threw that out the window though. Um,
Well, I had sent you some news reports of the news stations that were live during the thing or whatever. And one of the news reporters, when it was over, was showing a picture of the gun laying on the ground. Now, I don't know if it was his gun, but I can't imagine a police officer throwing their
or
gun down and leaving it.
right. So I don't know. Maybe that's why it's still under investigation because it kind of, or the case is still open because it seems kind of funny that that case is still open. Which I do know that they always do an investigation if it's an officer involved thing like that.
True. And I was reading something about the way it has to be done in Washington, and it has to be done by an independent um, agency.
Oh,
So
okay.
it can't be any agency that was represented there at the time.
Right, right. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're doing. I'm kind of 50-50 on if he knew Kohberger and stuff like that. Because I mean, they live very close to each other. It is a possibility that they might have ran into each other at some point in time. But I would still like to know why they felt the need to have to do that to a guy who was possibly having a PTSD. Uh, I don't want to say meltdown, but
Panic attack.
episode. Yeah, and what was there something else that they could have done to get him help?
Well,
Mm,
okay, so Jamie asked a question. Uh, they thought that he had shot at him.
He had shot at him earlier, but that's
Mm-hmm.
another thing. Being in the unit he was in, it makes me wonder how he let them have a clean shot at him. Unless how the gun that he had supposedly was on the ground outside, unless he came to the window to throw the gun out and that's when they got him. you know I mean, because I can't imagine
Yeah.
somebody that had the training he had allowing somebody to get a clean shot on him. He knows where the high points are. He knows where,
Yeah,
he knows what to look out for.
but what an episode like that would that affect that thinking, that thought process of
I don't
I
know.
would
I don't
going
think it
back
know.
would
to the
heighten it.
training?
I
I
think it
mean,
would heighten it.
I don't. Oh yeah, no, it should have heightened his alertness to what he needed to do to take care of himself. But I mean, to me, without knowing anything, and it's only speculation on my part, being the fact that his weapon is on the ground outside, I think somehow, some way, either they talked him into dropping it or throwing it out, or he came and kind of,
But if he no longer has it, what's the point of taking the shot?
But the thing is that gave them the open shot, and the only thing I can think of is that they might not have known that he was coming to the window to throw it out. He may have had it in a firing position by, up in his chest area. It could have looked like it was in a firing position for him to be able to chuck it out the window. I mean,
Yeah.
he should have, if he was going to do it, he should have just held it with one hand and kind of tossed it out the window.
What kind of
Right.
what kind of weapon did he have?
I didn't get a good
Uh,
enough look at it.
It was
I
a
sent you the
rifle.
news clip.
I don't think I saved it.
Was it a rifle? It was a rifle.
I think I sent it on Facebook Messenger.
Oh, okay. Let me go there and look real quick. Oh shoot.
Only thing I heard about was he fires shots, plural,
He did.
and
From
once
what I
once that happens, they're returning fire.
True, but I mean, this went on for hours after that.
Yeah, it was like 9. Was it 8 or 9 hours total?
Yeah.
Betty Joe said it was an AR-15.
Not surprised. I mean,
No.
he's not going to take pot shots at the police with a handgun, I don't think.
Right.
I mean, wouldn't be a smart thing to do.
What is that sound?
I'd like to know if there was any ammunition left in his weapon, though.
Yeah.
That's-
I think that sound, Lady V, is from Vapor.
It is.
Oh,
I'm smoking a hookah, so
oh no, that's no. I enjoy that sound. I mean the boom, 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 boom type of sound.
Wait, hold on. This sound, is that what you're hearing? If so,
No,
that's me clicking my mouse.
no, I heard that too. It's just every once in a while. It's like I don't know.
I don't know. I still got to get batteries for my other mouse so I can get rid of this one. Let's see. Do you remember what an AR-15 holds? Did they hold a lot? My son has two of them.
I think it's hilarious how open everybody is about it nowadays. Of hey, I'm just sitting here bonging on my hookah.
it's not a bong.
No, I know it's not a bong.
If y'all would, please pray for a friend of mine, his family. He passed away. It was the Iron
Oh,
Sheik. It was the Iron Sheik. He's 81, and he has a wife and two daughters. His oldest daughter was strangled by her boyfriend when she was just getting ready to go to college. And of course, he wasn't the same guy since. But I
when
know
did
his
he
he
when did
passed
he
away
pass?
today,
Oh
or
wow.
well, I guess yesterday now. But he was 81, and used to see him on TV with going up against Hulk Hogan and all the other guys. But he was Olympic. He was in the Olympics, and he was an AAU champion, and he was a bodyguard for the Shah of Iran's wife. And then when they had that big overthrow there back in the 70s, he came to the States.
Well, if you talk to his family, will you let them know that we're going to be praying for him?
Yeah.
Yes.
See, Jen said also heard that Kopeka had set fire to the apartment, but then now you can't find anything about the standoff and no interviews of roommates.
Yeah,
I'd
I
be
think
curious to talk
Dan-
to his roommates, though.
Well, good luck finding his roommates because everybody's trying to.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't.
because
I
Dan
don't
is.
think they ever released names of the roommates.
Right. This is
No,
a
I'm sure they
bizarre
didn't, but
case.
I'm
Right.
sure the people that live in that complex know who they are.
Oh yeah,
I'm just curious if they had ever seen Kopaka and Bryan together.
that would be interesting to know. Like if they ever talked, hung out, or whatever.
Oh yes, it's Kaylee's birthday.
Yes. So everybody send happy heavenly birthday wishes up to heaven for Kaylee. And I did put a thing on my community page and on my Twitter about it being Kaylee J Day. And let me grab that thing real quick.
I can't imagine Steve being quiet about this court document about not having cameras or any kind of anything come out of the courtroom.
I'm I would think that they're going to end up speaking on it because
Yeah.
the documents they just came out today, and they did an interview with Ashley Banfield that came out tonight. So I'm assuming the interview was done today, but I don't think she asked anything about the documents. It was more of talking about the Kaylee J Day and how they're doing and how like her siblings are taking it and all that. Grab this. Here's the flyer for her thing.
See, when you read what the press has released, he fired at police and they returned fire back.
Yeah, but that was the police. That wasn't the SWAT team.
Yeah, it was SWAT that took the final shot, right?
Yeah, it was a WS. Remember, I put that guy's name out for you. It was a
Okay.
WSU.
Oh
Sergeant.
yeah, yes, he was on the SWAT team for was it the area? I remember I read it the other night.
Yeah, the SWAT team's made up of a bunch of different people from different agencies
Yeah.
for that area. But the guy that took the shot, I believe, was from WSU's police department. He was a sergeant. I can't remember his name, but I gave it to you that night.
Let me go to.
Was he firing back like within
No,
a
he was
minute?
he was a sniper for the SWAT team.
All right, what I'm trying to do is recreate this real quick. Brent shoots out the window. The uniformed police on the ground are firing back at him.
Yeah,
How much longer was it till the sniper shot him?
I'm gonna guess it was because they had talked about how much they tried to communicate and supposedly bringing it to a peaceful end.
Yeah.
And I don't know, 6, 7, 8 hours later, I guess.
Wow. If you'd have told me 6 or 7 seconds later, so I can see why they shot him.
Well, that's the whole point.
Yeah, it's just one of those weird things. Why? I saw somebody in chat also ask where they could hear the radio communications, but they don't have the radio communications of like when the shot was taken. It's just like officers responding to the initial call, and I think I gave that to Lost in the messages also. I'm not sure.
I'm trying to find. I thought this was the one that I read the other night.
Well, the one I think I sent you the news clips that's actually the video of the lady on the scene reporting after it was over, and she's standing not too far from where the rifle's laying on the ground.
Okay, let me see. Suspect in SWAT standoff in Pullman is down, unknown condition. This is just it's just a video, right, on it that you sent?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. All right, this is gonna be it. Let me just make sure that I got no music in it.
I mean, I don't think there's any music other than maybe like the news stations, like,
Yeah, I gotta get past that part because I can't have any music.
I don't even think that's on there, but that's the only thing that it could be.
Okay, let's see which one's the news. This one. All right, let me pull it up here real quick. Okay.
Standoff has come to an end, and our Noah Bolter just arrived on scene.
All right, he joins us on the phone right now. Noah, tell us exactly where you are, what you're seeing, and what you know at this point.
Sam Kawhi, I'm standing right in front of the Man Shop, which is right off Bishop Boulevard and Stadium Way. It's on the main entrance into campus. And what I see right now is one marked police car, one unmarked police car, and there were
Is this the right one?
No, that's not the one.
Section of the street, one of the main roads.
Let me see if I can get to my. It's a lady that's on scene. It's a girl.
Okay, let me go back then to the other. Crime Solver, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you.
Emma, I agree. Mary Kay does have good lipstick.
Let's see. This one is it. Let me look at this one and see. This one has a video on it.
Crime Solver just gave Evie a membership.
What was it?
A membership was just given by Crime Solver.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I thanked her for it. Okay.
There it is. Did you just hear that?
Yeah, that's his hookah.
Yeah, that's
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Gotcha. The air, yeah, bubbles.
Well, Crime Solver, that was very nice to do that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't know where my brain was.
Sweet Melissa, I don't remember. Was yours yesterday that you got gifted? If so, I believe that was Philly Maniac that did them yesterday.
Yeah, he did 10 yesterday, so.
Yeah, so that might have been who done Sweet Melissa. She was thanking him for doing it. All right, let me see if this is it. I had to get past the music on this one too. Let's see.
They were woken up in the middle of the night because of a nearby crime scene. Crime 2 has actually been at the Palouse and on the Palouse since 6 o'clock this morning, covering this breaking news. Janelle Finch is picking up our coverage now with reaction from students tonight. Janelle?
I've been in Pullman for hours, keeping a close watch on the crime scene just below me. Earlier today, we weren't exactly sure what apartment the situation happened in, but now in the dark of night, only one apartment on the 3rd floor is shining bright. So we can potentially assume that that is where the situation happened. And as you can see, there is still crime tape up here at the scene, just hours after police shot and killed a man during a SWAT standoff. Wednesday night, WSU students living near campus say they were preparing for their last day of finals.
We had been finishing final papers in apartment. We finished around, they were due at midnight, right? Midnight, yeah. So we finished around midnight. We were leaving to go get food.
But when university students Kylie Canyon Brewer and Madison Barbon walked out the door, they ran into an unexpected situation.
We walked out. She walked out first. There was just a ton of people in the hallway, cops.
Pullman police responded to their neighbor's apartment at the complex just off of Stadium Way around 8:40 p.m. According to Pullman police, a man in his 30s was threatening to kill his 2 roommates. Police evacuated the building, and WSU alerted students to shelter in place. Police say the suspect's behavior escalated, and he began firing gunshots in his apartment.
At the time, I thought it was really just fireworks or something like that, but very startling to hear.
Students living on campus nearby say it was scary to know how close they were to an active SWAT situation. The Pullman police chief says after the suspect would not comply, a SWAT member shot and killed him.
As a student, it's very scary. You don't really know, who people are sometimes, especially it being a really big school. So you never really know if you're close to danger or, where the safe places are on campus. So it's very startling and very scary for sure.
An hour and a half after the university told students to shelter in place, they were told the situation was all clear. Still, students say they can't help but think about recent crimes on the Palouse, including last month's Idaho murders.
It's very scary to, the reality of what's going on right now.
Pullman police say Washington State Patrol is taking over further investigation and communication. Students we spoke to living at this apartment say a mix of students and families live at the complex. At this time, we do not know the identity of those involved, but we do know the 2 roommates were able to evacuate and are safe. WSU police are set to reveal the name of the officer involved at a later date and time. In Pullman, Janelle Finch, Crime 2 News.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if that was the right one. Because I mean, she even mentioned that she was standing feet from the weapon on the ground.
I can't believe she got to be over that close. That would be a
That's what I
crime
was getting
scene.
ready to say. How did she get that close?
Well, she was behind the tape. I'm going to go and see if I might not have sent it because I'd known I had already sent her like 3 things on it that night. So I might not have sent that one.
Bless you, Lady V.
What the fuck?
I'm so sorry about that. I have to go in and have a procedure done to have my esophagus stretched because I have trouble swallowing.
Yipes.
Yeah, they put you to sleep. It's no big deal. I've had it done before. If I'm going to go, I can't think of a better way to go. I know that's kind of morbid, but that's how I think.
Hopefully, though, whenever you have it done, everything will go okay.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, medicine's advanced so much since we were kids.
Oh, I've had so many surgeries and operations and stuff. It's like unbelievable.
I wonder what happened to Big Al. He's been muted for a while now.
Very sorry. I'm working on a couple other things. I'm just kind of paying attention.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you fell asleep.
No. I'm working on promo videos for this weekend and listening at
Oh,
the same
okay.
time.
Okay. Lady D Emma wanted to know what is that calls from.
Mine is caused from what happens is it my esophagus has two rough edges, so like picture like a one of those gas can kind of hoses, where it's like rigid up and down, up and down, up and down. Um, what happens is your esophagus is supposed to expand when you swallow something and contract afterwards and move it down to your stomach. Well, mine has an area that is actually hardened, and so they have to go in every couple of years or so and break that up so it can move the way it's supposed to. So when I swallow, sometimes I don't swallow correctly, and I can get on my own saliva really bad.
Ooh.
Or I'll be eating and I just can't. I'll just have to go to the bathroom and get rid of it because I just can't swallow it. It just sit there and choke me.
Well, hopefully they can fix it.
Yeah, I hope they reach a point they can. Right now, that's the best they got. But I'll take it. It lasts 2 or 3 years, so I'm good. I never really get too wound up about surgeries and procedures and stuff. I've been around it and had so much to do myself over my life. It's like, thank you guys. You guys are so sweet. I love all you guys. You guys in here are just amazing people.
Yes, everybody in here is just awesome.
They are.
If
And
you ask for
I've gone,
prayers, they have no problem doing it.
yeah, and I've been to several other chat, and I just love, in fact, a lot of the people I see are in here
Mm-hmm.
too. And they're just like, it's just like when you see them, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy to see you. It makes you
Scar-
feel good.
Scarlett, this Ann Taylor that doesn't want the news media or a live shot of the trial.
Uh-huh.
She's claiming that because of all the rumors and everything being said bad about her and her client and blah blah blah. Wouldn't this be the time to have it live to prove my? I mean, here's a guy who said I'm going to be exonerated, and here's someone the defense has pleaded not guilty. This would be the time for her to say, "Look, I'm going to dispel all the rumors. You're going to get to see it live."
Right. I would think so, but
Yeah, I would think so.
I mean, now's the time for that defense team to shine and put it all out there. And like I said, let it show the public that he is getting a fair trial. If people are going to talk about him and body language experts and all this and that, let them do it. You know, you're there to do one job, and that's to help your client.
Well, they're
That is
going to anyway. I mean, that's the thing.
right. I mean, yeah, no matter if it's broadcasted or not, they're still going to talk about him. There's going to be, I'm pretty sure there will be something taken out of that courtroom, whether it's a picture that's leaked or uh, something, and they're going to talk about the picture. or
Yeah.
they're going to talk about the article, or if there is any media pull in there, and they're going to say something about how he was or how he looked or dressed or whatever.
Right.
I mean, so no matter what, whether there's cameras in that courtroom or not, somebody's going to talk about Bryan Kohberger.
Once again, she's supposed to be with law enforcement, not feelings enforcement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scarlett, I just sent you another video, and I know
Okay.
that there's a gun laying on the ground, but I believe it's the sniper rifle sitting on the ground.
Okay.
Just because, I mean, it's sitting there on a tripod. It was set down like it wasn't thrown out a window. It's set down like he just set it down there.
Okay. Let me go grab it real quick.
Is that the one where the person looks like they're in military attire standing next to it?
Well, this is a video I haven't seen. I just saw the very first opening clip of it, and the rifle was sitting on the ground, so I just stopped it and sent it to her.
Okay. Is that his?
That's not Kohberger's. No, that'd have to be
Okay.
the sniper's.
Sniper. Okay.
I mean, it's got a silencer on it, so.
Okay. Let me get it pulled up here. And I mean, and you would think another thing, like if Bryan is completely innocent and, it's been said that he's being set up and there's a cover up or just anything like that, it seems like Ann Taylor and her team would want that to be shown to the public, everything that they have to show for him as
Right.
far as being on his side.
Well, they're certainly proud of their big wins. I mean, both these ladies had 2 big wins.
Yeah.
So-
Well, no. Little Liar did not. She got somebody off on a technicality, which they turned around and retried the person, and she could not
He's
stop
guilty.
it from
And
getting.
he ended up going to jail anyway.
Yep.
Now, the Masseth woman, she is self-proclaimed
The
best defense attorney in the state of Idaho.
Yeah.
Let's keep that self-proclaimed up front there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If they're as good as they're making themselves out to be, I'm sure they have the confidence that they're going to get their client off. Put it out to the world. Let us all see it.
Well, and especially with the rumors of Little Liar wanting to run for judge, you'd think that she'd want everybody to see how great she was.
Right. But I wonder if that's true, though.
I don't know.
Well, if she's getting ready to run for judge, the plot thickens.
I just heard somebody had said that she wanted to run for judge.
Well, if she wants to run for judge, that's a popularity contest. So now that makes sense. It's all about her, not the client now.
Yeah.
Iris said that Xana's mom got out of jail today.
Yeah, I saw that today too, but I haven't been able. After I play this video, I will go look at VineLink.
Hopefully, she got cleaned up in jail and
I hope
decides
so.
to have new friends instead of the old ones.
Right. I mean, and she needs help, and I hope she gets the help that she needs.
That poor lady.
Because not only if she did get clean, not only does she have an addiction that she needs help with, but she needs help with processing probably what happened with Xana.
Exactly.
And that's enough to make anyone with an addiction go back to the addiction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
especially if people don't leave her alone. People need to just leave her alone.
Right.
Now, will she be at the trial?
I doubt it.
Probably not.
I can't see her going.
I mean, but then again, she may show up, but I wouldn't
If
think
she
that she
stays
would.
clean until then, she may have a clear enough head to want to be
But she
there.
might be afraid seeing all of that would throw her back into.
Yeah, that is true too. I mean, I'm pretty sure if she was going to like a therapist or something like that, and I'm not saying she is, I'm just saying if she is doing that, they would probably advise her not to go.
Right. Because that could,
Yeah, that would be a lot for her. I mean, and I'm not saying that it wouldn't be a lot for the other families, because it is, but just the addiction part of it, I would hate for anything to turn her back to that. especially if she's clean and she's doing good,
I
that
agree.
would be a horrible thing to go back to it.
I mean, because they started attacking her right off at the beginning of this thing.
Yes. Yep. Okay, let me play this video real quick.
Well, I'm like, the writing in the sand,
Hmm.
So you have nothing to write in the sand either for, you know what I'm talking about? It's like, people were going to stone that woman and Jesus had started writing sins and stuff in the sand.
Right.
Like, you're without sin.
Yep.
This isn't on national level.
So there's no talking in this, right? It's just
I didn't
basically
watch the whole thing, but it looks like it's just footage.
okay.
Yeah, that's one similar to the one I saw, and that's the one I saw. You see the officer, law enforcement, is standing right next to it. And then I guess he walks away. Can't believe he left his rifle unprotected.
Well, I'm sure he cleared it, but who knows?
Some nut comes by there with a round and puts it in there.
Okay, let me look on VineLink real quick. Because I did hear that today, but I didn't go look to see if she was or not.
But then again, he might have had to leave it there for evidence. I don't know.
Well, usually in an officer-involved shooting, they have to turn their weapon over to somebody to secure it and put it away, so it can't be touched by anybody else.
Oh yeah, they do that here in my city. They he has to hand over his firearm, and he comes off the streets and he gets administrative leave until
Yeah, that's even if it's a misfire here.
Yeah.
They
it's
the round
anytime.
gets let loose and they lose their gun.
Yeah,
any discharge of a weapon. Yep.
that's how it is here too.
I have a friend of mine who retired from Metro here, and there's video on YouTube of her in her rookie year where they apprehended a bank robber in the parking lot, and they have him face down in the parking lot, and she's covering him with her weapon, and the other officer goes in to cuff him, and she accidentally fires off a round and goes right between both of them and hits the ground, and then she just looks at her gun like, what the hell happened?
Oh my God.
Oh, it's hilarious. She would love to forget it, but
sure
it's on YouTube, and yeah,
it'd never go away.
Nope, it's hilarious.
Poor girl.
All right.
She made it another 18 years.
Well, that's good, but I'm sure somebody picked on her about it every once in a while.
Oh man.
All right. It does say that she's out of custody. Hold on, I'll pull it up where I can see it. So it says out of custody, general release.
Well, that's good.
So hopefully she's getting the help that she needs.
I wonder if she has a pending court date, though, for her to show up.
I think there was 2 that was still open, 2 cases of hers that had open status on it. But I hope she's getting help, because that's a lot for her to have to process everything that's going on.
It is.
Especially being in when she's sober, and her mind she has a clean mind, and she's able to actually think about what has happened.
She's had a lot of time to sit and process.
Well, she's had a lot of time to sit and be protected from all of that, all the media and all of that.
Yeah, when she gets out, it's
they're just gonna flock on her.
I saw a picture of her when she was young. She was attractive.
Very, very pretty when she was young. Looked just like Xana to me.
Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. Thank you.
She was very pretty. Okay, I was answering a message back. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Tommy, congratulations on your sobriety.
Yes,
That
absolutely.
that is an awesome thing. I think he said, where did it go? He had a problem 20 years ago. It was awful. Locked himself in a room. Will never go back to that again. Don't even like thinking about it. That is anybody who is able to get clean and go through all of that.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, I couldn't be more happy for you.
I have a
Takes
lot
a
of
lot of work and a lot of
Yep,
self-control.
it does.
that is true.
A lot of respect.
Let's see. Did anyone hear that Brent was placed under arrest outside his closed door and asked if he understood this? And he said yes. Altered Soul, I did. Where did I read that at? That was something that I read about that he was placed under arrest.
I never heard that.
When
I read that. Where was that? I read it.
when was that?
Let me see if I can find. Let me see.
Can't
Where
imagine anybody getting that close to him
Yeah.
with him having a weapon that could fire through that door.
I
Well, if
don't.
they got that close, why'd they shoot him?
Let me see if I can find where I read that at. It might have been the other night when we were talking about it, and I was just looking up different things. But I remember reading it. Something about an arrest. I just gotta find which one it was. There was several things that I had read on here. Hmm. Uh, well, shit. And I don't think it said what he would have been or what he was arrested for. I just remember it saying that he was placed under arrest. So I don't know if it was like an issue that had happened before the standoff or if it was at night or what.
Hmm. Who's Kara?
That's Xana's mom.
Why would she be a witness?
Uh, I don't. I don't think she could be a witness. I think her and Xana were kind of estranged from each other. I don't think there was uh, that close of a relationship for several years. So I don't. I don't think she would be called as one. Okay, let's see. This one ain't it either. I know I seen that the other day though, on one of these articles that I read, and I know it wasn't the one that Vapor had sent because I had read that one.
Do what Big Al said and go search that.
Search what?
Search that like you told her to. Like when you go into that document, I forget what you press control something and
That's
it
Control F. But I don't know if her version of Reader is the same as mine because I have the full Adobe Acrobat suite. I don't know if Reader lets you do it or not.
Let me just type in what's Brent Kopaka.
I would think if you're doing it from the web though, like Brave would let you search it. I guess I've never tried.
It's
Oh,
just, it's too much work how you told me to do it the other
I
day.
know. I know. Sometimes the nerdy way is not the easiest way.
It's easier for me to just go through it and find it.
Trust me, I'm making videos with a video editor that I know I'm not doing it right, but I don't know videos, so I just make them till they look good, fake it.
What is the videos for?
They're for Instagram and Facebook for the business for the weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're weekend specials, and then every week I have customers submit their lake photos and cabin photos, and we throw them in with our advertisement.
Okay.
Kind of
Riggler
brings the
says
customers in.
Riddler says sometime we're all going to go down there and visit you.
I hope so. That'd be cool before I sell. I mean, the place is on the market now, so as soon as one of these people that are interested get financing, I'll probably be signing some papers, and hopefully within the next 60 days, I'll be.
They give a decent amount of money too, from what I understand. A lot of them are paying over asking price.
Well, for businesses right now, it's tough because food costs are so high, and insurance is up, and licensing is up, and you kind of got to know what you're doing. And my business, I'm set up to do a lot of catering, like 7 to 1,000 pounds of meat at a time, 700 to 1,000 pounds.
Wow.
So I can feed, in upwards of 500 people at a crack.
Yeah, no
with the
kidding.
smokers that I have. So it's going to take the right kind of person to buy my place. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, I cannot find, even if I put in the search about Brent Kohberger being arrested. And I asked Troll, and he said he remembered hearing something about it like in the very beginning.
I actually do too, to be honest with you. I thought I heard something about it, but I can't.
But I know I just read it the other night, though.
Yeah, I think you did.
Oh, shit. Bryan watches that YouTube channel in jail. Wait, did you see the article that Bryan watches that YouTube channel? Nacho Girl, which YouTube channel does he watch? So they'll also request change of venue. I think that's going to be coming up here soon. The whole change of venue request.
Jim, I don't think Brent was going to school.
No, I don't think he was.
All right, both sides of my brain are back.
Okay. No, Brent. So he must not have been living on the college campus. His apartment must have been right off the college. Because wasn't it said that he had a house or an address in Moscow as well?
I think that was a rumor. I heard something about it, but
Tonka says she's pretty sure Brent was working at WSU. Possibility. Let's see. See, I'm seeing a bunch of articles on DuckDuckGo. Yeah, I know I wouldn't have seen it on there because I never go to that search engine. The supposed roommates were students, which was weird too. That's why it seems like he had it. His name was tied to an address off of, was it Taylor Avenue? I believe it was. But then he said that he had roommates over in Pullman. And in the very beginning, like when all of the standoff and everything happened, the way they were putting out the information didn't make sense. Let's see. Sally says, does anybody think that Bryan will create doubt by saying that there is a drug problem at colleges?
Everybody already knows that.
Yeah.
I mean, that rumors, yeah, well.
Show me a college without drugs and I'll show
you
the liars.
But that is true, but there's rumors about the house and stuff like that. Hey, Miss Amir, how are you?
I think you hit it on the head with the word rumors. I mean, there's nobody that's produced photos of parties where they're snorting lines off the coffee table or
any
ripping bong
picture
hits or any of that.
I mean, if you think about it, any picture that has been put out from inside that house of parties or videos or anything, that has anybody seen anywhere in any of those pictures or videos of them doing any drugs?
No.
Drinking? Yeah. but no drugs. And this crap of Maddie flushing shit down the toilet or it being a drug house, why would any of these students, especially Maddie and Kaylee, because they were graduating this year, why would any of them put their college diplomas in their upcoming careers, in their lives, and their futures on the line for drugs?
Well, besides that, what difference does it make? They still didn't deserve that.
True. It's just people putting the rumor out like that and just stating it as a fact just irritates the shit out of me.
It does me too. It's cold-blooded.
But it literally happens with every case.
It does.
Yeah.
Somebody opens their mouth and people grab onto it, and like we were talking about last night, they take it from one chat to another. And I heard here that this, it's the way of people nowadays. It's what people do. Some people just talk to hear themselves talk sometimes.
It's like they get off on it. And
Well, they do definitely get off on it.
Yeah,
Otherwise they wouldn't do
ridiculous.
it. They're getting something out of it.
I just hope karma catches up with all of those that deserve it.
Let's see. I'm gonna leave Brent alone until I see receipts. Same with Bryan. I would just like to know with like the Brent thing, if him and Bryan knew each other and why did they have to do that to him? Hey Callie, how are you?
You know, I would like to see one of these times, I would like to see some YouTuber that's been spreading all ridiculousness around the web have something happen to them. The same thing happens to them, and they get on there and say, hey guys, I did this and it was wrong. You guys need to stop because look what happened. Now the same thing's happening to me. You know what I mean?
Yep, like karma comes in and bites them in their ass.
Yeah.
Let's see. The easy to recruit. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up real quick. I'm glad we have Jesus and forgiveness because I'm sure everybody could say somebody did something to them. And where is the line drawn? Okay. Hold on, Nacho Girl. Let me go back up. Nacho Girl is saying Emma did, but let me see what her other comment was.
Oh, there's something that just came. Well, it came out a couple hours ago on Nerdy's Twitter that we need to look at.
What?
I'll quote a retweet. Those who see their names on legal paperwork filed today will learn that it's no longer a game for clicks and rankings or 5 minutes of fame in the documentary. It affects the legal court system. But the sad part is those people who were once part of law enforcement should have known better.
Oh.
Wait, that they were once part of law enforcement?
That's what it says.
I wonder who he's referring. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I know who he's referring to.
Well, it's not Nerdy retweeted it. Nerdy didn't say it.
Oh, okay. Well,
but if he retweeted it, he agrees with it.
Yeah, I know who they're referring to, though.
Put it in the back chat.
If I'm spelling the name right.
It just goes along with what we were just talking about. People need to understand that sooner or later, you keep talking shit, you FAFO, you're going to find out. You're going to end up in a legal proceedings somewhere, getting just shit sued out of you because you opened your mouth for clicks and views.
Right.
I got to go through the other. There's one document on here that's like 50-something pages long. And I believe in that one, there is, let me go to it so I can say exactly what it has on it. I just got to find it. There's one in here that has like the actual wording on the documents, just a couple of pages, but there's a bunch of exhibits. And it's like Fox News, I believe it is, the U.S. Sun, like just all these different articles of people talking, and I don't remember seeing News Nation in any of them. Okay, that one's not it. It's crazy how they have released the shit, but they're all mixed in with the other. Let me see if this one is it. No, this one's 11 pages.
Oh yeah. Do you know how that is going? Sally, I'm gonna ask. You know that tarot card reader that was talking about that what was it? The professor?
Yeah.
Do you know how that lawsuit's going?
Okay, so the last thing I heard, the professor was suing the TikToker.
Right.
And then for whatever reason, now the TikToker is suing the professor.
Right.
But I haven't heard anything else about it since then.
I don't remember hearing anything else either. I've forgotten about that. There's so much of this stuff that happened that it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here.
Like I had forgotten. I had put Brent Kopeka's name like in the back of my files and until you brought it up and I'm like,
Okay, let me see if I can find. Hold on, y'all. I'm just responding to a message. Okay, let's see. I want y'all to do Oklahoma. H-Town, you're talking about the Henrietta thing with Jesse McFadden. I heard today that I believe it was the coroner's reports were released on those victims.
mm-hmm.
And they were released to the media before they were released to the family. And the stuff that was said, the two girls that spent the night, it was put out to the public what happened.
Oh no.
Yeah, before the family got the report.
Whoa.
Now,
how hard is it to get a hold of the family?
That's an epic fuck up.
That really is.
The whole Oklahoma thing, it's been one big cluster.
Yeah.
Fuck. Like this dude, he should not have even been let out of prison.
No.
And he was. And the dad of one of the girls, I believe it was Ivy's dad, he had mentioned in a video of what happened to her, that he was told what had happened. But the thing is, though, when something like that is released to the media and they don't know if the family has the report or not, why can't, and I believe it was released to just one media place there in Oklahoma, why can't they verify with the family if they've got the report as well before they release it and what it says?
Does Oklahoma have a law about that? I know in Florida they enacted a law because that same thing happened here years back.
Probably not, because they put the information out there before the family ever had the report. And it tells what happened to those two girls, the two girls that were spending the night. And then
I'm assuming it's pretty graphic.
Yeah. And then it tells about his wife and then about her 3 kids being murdered as well. But there was some specific details with the other 2 girls.
When we're done with this, can we maybe watch it? Do you have it?
It wasn't a video, it was an article. I can probably email it to you because it's not something that I want to read.
Okay.
Here they had a lady, her daughter's missing. She comes home, turns the news on, and says, "Yeah," they says, "Well, the body's been found."
Before they notified her?
Yes. So, well, there wasn't a law against it. And
But it's
so
just
they
the
had to go in
moral.
they had to go and act the
it's just common courtesy.
well the police told the press, and the press just says, well, police will go tell the mom. We'll go ahead and get it on our 6 o'clock news. Remember, they want ratings.
Oh, I would
Oh
be.
yeah.
I would put them. I would put them on blast if I
Yeah.
was the parent for sure. Because like just the news could have a little bit of respect for the victims' families and
They
not
don't
do some
care.
shit like that.
They just don't care.
Tommy, thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out with us. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Yeah, good night, Tommy.
I mean, but yeah, it's all about the money thing and their views and their ratings and all that. But they would rather get views and ratings and money over a little bit of
Yeah.
dignity and respect.
And human kindness.
I mean, just that is disgusting, honestly. Yeah, Tonka, the way Tonka said, it's all about the Benjamins, and that's what it is. And that is just, it's disgusting. I mean, the parents, before anything is released or anything, whether it's by phone, by text, by mail, by whatever, the parents or the family member, next of kin, whatever, should be the first people to know about it. Not the media.
I agree.
I mean, it's not the news or the media people, it's not their place to inform the families. That is what the law enforcement is for. They should be the one going up and knocking on the families' doors and being like, okay, this is what the report says. We want to bring it to you personally. That's what a sheriff who is a good person in his community would do to the for the family.
I
Yeah.
can't imagine losing someone and finding out from a screaming horde of media at my front door. I
I'm
just can't.
telling you.
I can't imagine opening the door to that.
I would put the sheriff's department and whoever released that to the media, I would put their ass on blast for doing something like that. That is just I don't know. Just disgusting. And
It's
I
ice
can't even.
cold. That's what it is. It's ice cold.
Yeah. The family in Oklahoma did the. I found that is true. The cops didn't even go in that house and look for anything, and the owner of the house let them go in to get the kids' stuff out of there, and that's when they found all the stuff that they found. And so they had to call the cops back out there. And the one dad was like, "Y'all should have been here doing this." You know, he found his daughter's phone up on the cat up on that shelf
Yep.
in the laundry room. All that other disgusting stuff that was found in that house.
I can't get over the fact they didn't go in that house at all, saying basically, oh, well, it's not a crime scene, pretty much, is what they were saying.
Yeah,
The whole property's a crime scene.
Yeah. I mean, I
yeah.
would think that would have been the first place they would look is
It's
where did
their
the house been
house.
at?
I mean, wouldn't you think if you find this amount, was it 7 total
Yeah.
on the property out away from the house, but you know that this is a house that they live in, but you don't really know the motive or possibly other things that there is that you need to find, why
Well, and
wouldn't they go and search the house?
probable cause, that would be their probable cause right there. I mean,
Hmm.
they were staying the night. So what happened in the house? It was the family. So what happened in the house with his family?
Right. Knowing that dude's background
Yeah.
and
I
these
mean, they were
kids being there.
supposedly missing and kidnapped, so.
Right. And they don't even look in the house. That's what don't get me. That's
It's
so
like,
many law enforcement agencies are just screwing up these cases.
Well, it's a good thing this doesn't have to go to trial.
Right.
okay,
It,
so
it he should have been in court though for what he, because the other girl
He
that
should have
he,
never been out of jail.
no, he shouldn't have been. But the girl, like, he literally put those murders, he blamed the other girl for it, the one that he was going to court that she was going to testify against him, he blamed her for it. And
Okay,
it's not her fault, but she has to live with that.
so today you were in Melissa Jade's too, weren't you, Riddler?
I was in there briefly.
Okay, so today Amber was talking in Melissa Jade's room, and she was saying um, the area she's in with this new allegedly possibly SK, that she lives in that area and they have 5 law enforcement for that whole area. 5. They have been begging people to please join the police force, and nobody wants to. They're to the point, I think she said they were ready to take them right out of high school. Anything, nobody will apply. So they're like dealing with all of that, just 5 of them. So maybe that's the case, that they just don't have the manpower.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scarlett. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's getting late. I gotta go to bed. So.
And it's already 2:00.
I'm all. I don't know. The whole opening of this whole thing. I don't know. I cannot understand. It's just it falls into place with everything I think about Little Liars. All she does is play games. That's it. She doesn't want the world to see her get her ass kicked.
Yep.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
I can't believe that the self-proclaimed #1 attorney in the state doesn't want everybody to see her
in action.
Exactly.
Like, she'll put it out there how good she is.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah.
Let's see it. I mean, I think they realize what they have to work with, and they don't have enough to work with to make them look any good.
Well, in Ann's defense, she doesn't get to pick the witnesses, and she doesn't. And then Ann Taylor.
Oh, Little Liar.
Yeah.
I don't know, Taylor.
Well, I mean, she doesn't get to pick the client, the circumstances.
No, but she sure can't. She sure did run her mouth after she knew who her client was.
Well, yeah. Plus, you got extra pay, Mo. Is that right?
Oh yeah.
That's what I don't figure. She should be on a salary, no matter who comes in there.
I can't stand her, and the reason why I call her Little Liar is because she represented Xana's mom. She represented Maddie's dad and stepmom, and then she turned around because everybody wanted her kicked off the case because of a conflict from represented the victim's parents. She went and told the judge that she never met him, and I find that complete bullshit. She's a lying sack of crap.
Well, the court will check on to see if she did represent them.
I understand.
It's too late now.
It's.
She dropped Xana's mom right after that.
Even the Gonzalez family had a petition to have her removed. And, she's living off of her one supposed victory because she played games and got somebody off on a technicality. And then they turned around and retried that person and convicted him anyway. She's a turd.
She, what was it? She proved that one of the cops that was involved in it had lied about something.
Apparently, it wasn't a big enough lie to save him in the next trial.
No, because he ended up going anyway.
I'm sure. Officer, did you brush your teeth this morning? Yes, I did. Oh, well, I have video of you not. I think you're a liar. We're going to have to disregard everything this person has just said. He's a liar. Jesus, I can't stand her.
GG, have a wonderful night.
Well, that's what they did with OJ.
Vapor, you're gonna have to just sit back and tell us how you really feel.
The whole this YouTube would shut her channel down if I went on the tirade I want to about Little Liar.
Oh, I'm sure it would.
And OJ, oh my goodness, I was on OJ's side the whole time through the prosecution, and I saw their points and everything. His defense proved to me he was guilty not
Yeah.
the prosecution.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is, though, they like ripped the police department apart. Mark Furman, like, it finally came back, but and
You know where Mark Furman's a PI, right?
yeah,
In Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was on somebody's thing the other day
yeah,
doing
because
an
I
interview.
saw him.
Yeah, now I get to go to mad. I get to go to bed pissed off.
Well, the prosecution, what's the lady's name? Something Clark, wasn't it?
Monica, no,
Oh, Marsha Clark.
Marsha Clark.
Marsha Clark.
Yeah,
She had a witness who saw OJ leaving the scene at that time.
correct.
But the problem was that witness went and sold her story to the Inquirer
Mm-hmm.
or one
Oh
of these.
wow.
I think she got $5,000.
And so Marsha Clark went up to her and said, "Thank you for costing me the case," before it even got started. Now, Mark Furman's in. There was a gate there at the property, and it was something was wrong with the locking mechanism in it. But he had noticed there was a thumbprint of blood on that gate.
There's blood on the back gate. Yeah, going out to the alley.
But they wanted the lock on the gate fixed, so the locksmith took the lock off the gate,
Yep.
and nobody knows where it went.
Yep.
So now they don't have that thumbprint. But he wasn't going to be found guilty anyway. I don't care what.
No,
I don't care who came in there and testified.
Yeah, it was a Rodney King thing.
Yeah.
He's just so popular and so wealthy.
Well, I mean, come on. How many pairs of Bruno Magli's are even around in that size? And, here again, this knife has never been found either.
No.
You can probably thank Kim Kardashian's dad for that.
Yeah, he hit it up. He hit it up Cato's butt. That's where he is.
It was all about the little black book.
Yep.
Talking about somebody who lived off of doing nothing.
Oh yeah.
My
Yeah, that's
the ultimate leech.
Yeah, exactly.
Telling you. Okay, well.
He thought he was going to enjoy his.
I'm going to go to sleep.
Well,
now.
didn't see what was her name? Something Brown.
Oh, what?
OJ's wife, something Brown.
Nicole Brown.
Nicole Brown. Did she hire one of the guys she hired to come over to her house to be like a handyman? End up being an SK or a.
What?
I don't remember that.
I don't think so.
I don't.
Yeah, there was some.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about this guy that was at SK that said he's the one that said that. He's the one that said that he used to party with Nicole and her friend. What's her name? I can't remember her name, but she was in the trial also.
This sounds like a really bad porn.
Yeah, this guy was from the Midwest, and his brother. Well, all these accounts come from his brother, from what he told his brother, and how he tried to put himself as the one that did. Oh yeah, I took care of them too. I forgot this guy's name though, but he was a serial killer, but I don't think he really ever met them. I think, there's definitely no evidence of that other than his word. And
He's just trying to get popularity for his SK that he didn't get.
Apparently, but I don't know who it is.
I can't remember who it is. He killed a bunch of people coming across the United States. I think he was from, where was Kentucky? Maybe, I'm not sure. I don't know. He might not be dead. I just remember his brother saying a lot of this stuff about him saying that he used to party with Nicole and them.
Well, when it first came out,
I think her friend's last name was Resnick.
I just remember when it first came out, I said, first person they're going to look into is OJ, because husband, ex-husband.
Yeah,
that's the first person you got to look at. And I said, and then when I started to see how brutal it was, I went, wow.
I'll never forget.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I lived in Vegas, and we were sitting in the sports book, and on one of the big TVs on the wall, they had OJ getting chased down the highway.
Oh,
I
that
Yeah,
was
didn't
right.
I
You were
didn't watch
sitting
the
in the
trial, but
sports book.
that was like the only thing I remember really of the trial is the chase in the white
40
Bronco.
miles an
You
hour.
you were
It
sitting in
wasn't.
the sports book because you were gambling on the NBA finals that were on right then.
No, I
It,
didn't. I didn't actually do sports, but my roommate did. So I just hang out and drink the free
Okay,
drinks.
but yeah, it interrupted the NBA finals.
it wasn't OJ in disguise and had extra money with him and a passport and all
Yeah, he
this
was
kind of
laying
thing.
down in the back seat, threatening to do himself in, and then uh, he went to the cemetery. He went to all of these different places, and it's like, really, if it was anybody else, you would have had him handcuffed.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was at the funeral. He supposedly leaned over and kissed her and whispered something in her ear. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that whole thing. I was really into that whole thing. I know I've said this before, but I stood on the steps that she died on. I stood on those steps exactly 1 month to the hour that it happened. And it's in the middle of Brentwood, and I could not believe how quiet it was. And the only thing I could think of was there's no way this went down and somebody didn't hear it.
And
There's
she
just
had an Akita dog. And what I didn't know about it, there's two types, Japanese and American.
there are two, yeah, because I've
And
had Akitas.
the Akita doesn't bark very much.
No, they don't.
No,
And
they're
it's a small bark if they do bark.
I mean,
Boy, they're big, strong dogs. The
yeah,
American
well,
Akitas.
they're bred for bear hunting, so
Right.
They're beautiful.
They're wanting to know what part of Idaho Mark Furman is in now.
I don't know, but I'm sure if you Google him, Google will lie to you and tell you.
Because I remember seeing him on, like I said the other day, I don't remember whose thing he was on doing an interview, and they were talking about the Kohberger case,
Yeah.
and it was said that he was in Idaho.
Hmm.
And the Resnick woman is Faye Resnick.
Yeah, Faye Resnick.
Yeah, she's always on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills show.
Yeah,
she is?
I
I
don't
don't
know if she would talk about it, but I'm not good friends, but I mean, I can't say I'm really, I don't know. We're friendly, but we haven't talked for a while. But being that this case is, also a knife type thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm friends with geez, now I'm drawing a blank because this whole thing, thinking about 30 years back, is what's the guy that got killed with her?
Ron Goldman.
Ron Goldman.
Goldman,
Yeah, Kim. I'm friends with his sister Kim.
Going back to the OJ thing and talking about his car, I had to look this up to make sure I was remembering it right. But the Bronco is currently in a museum in Tennessee, parked next to Ted Bundy's Bug, and on the other side is John Dillinger's getaway car.
Oh my word!
It's in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee.
Wow.
As of 2022, it still hasn't been sold. It's there as a loaner. I couldn't remember if I was remembering that right. I didn't want to say it until I looked it up, but that's pretty crazy that it's next to Ted Bundy's Bug.
Oh wow!
But Mark Furman's not that sharp, because he came out and said when this Idaho 4 case started, he said they're going to be able to tell if this person was right-handed or left-handed. Well, you could change a blade and do reverse stabs, switch the blade around, come from any angle. They can't tell if you're left-handed or right-handed.
I'm not one of his biggest fans. I'll just put it that way.
Nah, he's all show and no go.
I don't really have an opinion on him. I mean, they tried to put a lot of weight behind his testimony, but it didn't matter to me one way or the other. His testimony didn't help me decide anything.
The other two LA detectives, they're blaming Furman for this foul up. But who knows? I guess they're all pointing fingers now.
Well, I mean,
Let me throw the thing back out. Okay, he was like mid-sentence and then he dropped. see. Wonder what DNA they would show in the OJ case. Hey, Aura, how are you?
All right, that's my cue. I have got to hit the sack. I
All
think I
right.
just heard my pillow yelling for me, so I'm
It
gonna.
was nice to talk to you again, Big
Yeah, good to
Al.
talk to you guys too. Sorry I was MIA there for a little bit, but I had to get some stuff done. So
Oh, no,
Yeah.
you were good. So
you
thank you
all
for
have a
coming up.
wonderful evening, and to the 255 people in chat, click that little thumbs up on your way out. Only 130 people have, so we're 120 short. Let's support the channel with just a quick click. And thank you all, and have a great night.
All right, you have a good night as well.
We'll see you.
All right.
Take care, bud.
Later, Big Al.
He's a really nice guy.
Yep. All right, Vapor, what was you saying? You were like mid-sentence and then you
I don't
dropped
know
off.
where I left off because I didn't. My screen I'm watching on my computer is behind my phone, so I just saw it disappear. That's the only time that I knew I was actually off. I don't know.
Okay.
But what I was trying to say was the person that messed up the whole trial was Darden by telling OJ to try on a blood-soaked leather glove that had shrunk with a rubber glove
with
on.
a rubber glove on, yeah.
And his attorneys telling him to not take his arthritis medicine so his joints would swell up.
Well, and he fought that as much as he could too, putting it on. That was crazy. Kept his head.
I mean, if
spread out.
If I was going to make him try on a glove, I would have gotten brand new gloves the same size and not let him wear a rubber glove. Why would you have him try on a leather glove that was soaked in blood? I mean,
especially with
sixth
the rubber
graders
glove.
would have went. That's not going to work.
No. That right there cinched the whole thing.
Yeah, that was the case.
They could have done that right off the bat.
Either way, now it's even later. So I'm going to go, and thanks for letting me come up.
Oh, you're welcome.
And please don't come up with any more bad news.
Any more what?
Any more bad news.
I just read what they put out.
I know
you
that.
You need to tell Ann Taylor.
Oh, you
and
believe me?
J-Lux.
I'm gonna fire off an email to both of those a-holes.
Because I read what's put out there. So
nice to talk to you, Vapor.
You too. You all have a good night, and see you guys tomorrow.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Now they've got a guy named Patterson. He's going to be writing a book about this Idaho 4 case.
James, is his name James Patterson?
Yes.
I seen him. Oh shit, I don't remember. He was on some guy's thing the other day, I believe for News Nation, but it wasn't Bryan. It was another guy that I'd never seen on there before. But he was doing an interview with him and talking about the book, and I believe he said that they were going to try to have it out before the trial starts.
What?
Yeah, I guess they've been working on this. I guess for a while, the way he was talking, him and another lady is supposed to be helping him.
I wonder what the title will be.
If I did.
I don't remember if they mentioned a title. I can't remember. But they might have mentioned a title the other night or the other day when I watched it. Yeah, JC, that James Patterson, the huge famous author.
So, okay. So I wonder what he's going to say. I mean,
that's what I was wondering, would there be a gag order?
Well, and then he'd have to do a prologue or something to, or what do you call it? Is that right? A prologue to it saying what happened?
He was claiming that he found new evidence.
Well, then he shouldn't be able to write a book. He should be on the stand.
Well, being me, I would turn it over to the authorities.
Right.
Yeah, but he should still be a witness. If he found it, he should have to get up there and say where he found it and all of that.
Well, let me put it this way. It might not be evidence. It might be new details. but still, that's probably a bad word, evidence. He found new details on the case.
Hey, y'all, I need to mute for just 1 second so y'all continue your
Okay.
conversation. Hey, Tina Bobina, how are you? And I'll be right back.
I,
Tina
did,
Bobina. I like that.
I didn't know if you got to hear me, Levy, but it's about new details, not new evidence.
Oh, okay. I don't know. All of this stuff is just aggravating. Personally, I think now in the day and age that we are in, uh, when it says we have a right to, see justice in action, all of us should be able to nowadays because because we have the technology to do it. I don't think they should be using a 200-year-old clause to say, oh no.
Okay, y'all, I'm back. See, he said the book won't come out until the end of the trial. Okay.
Well, I was gonna, I that was out there. I was gonna say, I mean, why would they allow it? Because then potential jurors could read it.
Right. I mean, I'm just curious to know what kind of evidence is he claiming that he found, and like just the gag order. How are you going to write a book about a crime that happened when there's a gag order and this dude hasn't even been convicted yet?
Exactly.
So, like, how are like, I get wanting to write the book about the murders themselves, but you can't really write the book about the murders themselves until the person that is accused of it has been convicted of it.
Yeah, I mean, what if he's innocent?
Yeah, I mean, how's the book going to turn out then? Let's see. Tonka says she heard the end of the year. Okay, so I know that the dude that was doing the interview, like I said, he was with News Nation, but I'd never seen this guy on News Nation before. So I don't know if he was new, but he had said something about uh, by the time the trial starts. And then I think the James Patterson guy corrected him at one point in there somewhere about it.
Okay, I found an article that says Patterson said he has uncovered new details of the case that are not yet public, but declined to reveal the information.
So he's not going to turn it in?
No, he's not going to turn it. It's not evidence. It's details.
Okay, thank you, Altered Soul. So wouldn't even details need to be turned in
Well,
just
you
to
would
see
think.
if law enforcement has those details?
You would think.
I don't know.
Well, the book's supposed to be about why did he murder these young people? What is the effect on the town and the families? And he seems to create the perfect murder. He didn't. What went wrong and what happened beforehand?
I mean, how is he going to write about why did he do it if they're we should hopefully find that out from the trial. I mean, how
I
I don't
get
know.
it either.
He's a professional at it, so we'll leave that up to him, I guess.
Another one that jumps on the bandwagon so fast they don't care if it's true or not.
And he plans on attending the trial.
Oh, so that'll probably be where he gets like a lot of his stuff for it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in the process of writing what is the other one they mentioned? There was another one that was I think had just dropped the day that he did the interview. Alex Cross. He did a book about that, and when he was on the interview, he said that it had dropped that day. Let's see, I'm found on this expert witness for the no. Okay, thank you, Prosser Gang. Let's see, Tonka, I've never read any of his books, but I mean, if he's going to write one about Kohberger and the whole Idaho 4 murders, I might end up getting it. just to see what he has to say in it. Let's see. Recall the OJ trial was 2 years after. Okay. James Patterson co-author TC book about haunting murders of 4 Idaho students, which he says has echoes of in cold blood, and plans to attend suspected killer Bryan Kohberger's trial in October. So I wonder if the trial ends up getting pushed back past October, if it's going to put his book on hold.
Well, certainly it'll have to, because now
Yeah.
he'll be. I mean, what the guy's has acquittal, hung
Yeah,
jury.
I mean, he's going to have to rewrite at least part of it anyway.
But you know how ironic is it? Of all these years that went by, all of a sudden Idaho comes up with the firing squad right at the same time as this trial.
Yeah.
And I know that has to do with the lethal injection.
And the Richard, that is true. Because the way they put the interview out there, it was supposed to be about Idaho 4, but he did promote the Alex Cross book a lot in that interview, and the interview wasn't but maybe 10 minutes, if that. It was like a very short interview, and he promoted that Alex Cross book a lot. Ow. There's like several different books I want to get, though. I would like to get Ethan's mom's book too, even though it's a children's book. I would still like
Yeah.
to get it.
What was it? The boy in blue?
The boy who wore blue. And she said in the thing that it was like whenever they were babies, each one of them had their own color that they wore because it was easier for them to tell them apart. And Ethan was the
Yeah.
one who wore blue. Okay, thank you, Prosser Gang.
I might have to buy that one just to support her.
Yeah, I've seen on Amazon it's like $28 or something like that. But some of the proceeds from the book sales are going to the Ethan Smiles Foundation.
Yeah,
So
and
it's,
they've got tulips and everything planted out there too.
Mhm. So it's not like all the money is going in her pocket. It's going to something
You know, I
useful.
understand that, but I don't think I would care even if it did, because my lord.
Right. Let's see. Wait.
I mean, so many of these things that happen have gotten laws changed. They've gotten some wonderful foundations set up. You know, I really commend these families for that.
Oh my gosh, I can't type.
Are there any rules that safeguard a juror? Let's say it's a 2-month trial. We'll even go a month.
Mm-hmm.
That's a month you're out of work. Who's
No,
paying the bills?
I
no,
think you get like so much a day.
you get like $7 to $10 a day,
Yeah, that's
and
what you
that's all
get.
you
Yeah.
get.
Yeah.
Because I don't know about lengthy ones, but my husband was one. We're self-employed, and my husband had to go in, and he tried to get out of it because, you know, if he's not working, we don't make any money, right? And there it was like a week long, and he's like, you know, what am I going to do? And they're like, well, this is your civic duty, so this is what you pulled, this is what you're doing.
Yeah.
They could have cared less.
Now, could you imagine being on the OJ trial or sequestered for well, how long that one last? Almost a year, it seemed like.
But your job can't fire you, though.
Well, they won't have to. You're going to have liens all over your car's going to be repoed.
Everything, yeah.
Your house. There'll be liens all over you.
Yeah, I mean they don't pay a whole lot to be on a jury.
Oh, I know. I was on a jury. Now I was fortunate because I had because if you're in the Department of Defense or you're military, you get leave for it, court leave. And I
Mhm.
wish they give every American that court leave.
What is that?
Court leave. It's just same thing as I get paid the same if I'm as long as I'm work performing duties at the courthouse. So
Oh,
if I'm on jury duty, I still get my paycheck.
Oh, I mean,
well,
honestly,
that's
they should
good.
try to do that for everybody. But I mean, with
Yeah.
everybody, having different wage amounts and stuff like that, it would probably be hard because they would have to bring proof to verify.
Well, no, your
Yeah.
employer continues to pay you. That's where the burden's at on the employer.
Oh,
So the employers, let's just say you work for Sears.
Uh-huh.
Sears would have to keep paying you what your average pay is for that duration.
wow.
Okay.
What's pregnancy leave? Do you get paid while you're on that?
Maternity leave?
Yeah, maternity leave.
No, a lot of times
Uh,
they'll. Now, when I was at AT&T, they didn't. I mean, you couldn't lose your job, but you did not get paid while you
yeah,
were
I
there.
think they and like the maternity leave, like 6 weeks,
Yeah,
normal. I don't know because
right.
I always work from home, so I had that issue. So you never been
I
on a
tell you what,
jury, been a
though, I
witness.
mean, his went on for a week, and I mean, we could afford it, thank the Lord. But I felt really bad for the people there that was living paycheck to paycheck. How those people supposed to survive?
Oh, I saw them get off of jury duty because I was on it for. We were on it for a week. Actually, it was a little over that because we were brought in the week before, and that's where you get vetted, and they cross you pretty good in there too. But the following week was the trial. But after the trial was over, they went to work. They had to go
What?
work night shift.
Oh wow.
Oh,
And
you
then
did?
they go work night shift and then come back in and work the day. That's what I'm saying. It'd be better of all the giveaway programs we got.
Oh, I know.
I mean, we just gave Ukraine and Pakistan billions of dollars. We somehow or another there's money for this where people don't see. I hear so many times, boy, I don't know how that jury let them off, and those are the same people fighting to get off the jury.
Yeah.
Or I wish they let me be on that jury. No, you don't, because you always fight to get off of it. And there's got to be something to encourage people want to be on a jury. Besides it's your patriotic duty.
Yeah.
I would love to be on a murder trial.
Can you imagine being on Bryan Kohberger's jury?
I would like that one.
Yeah.
Does that make it sound crazy if we say we would like to be?
I don't think so. I mean, at least we're being honest, right? There's a reason we're interested in true crime.
Well,
Right.
I would be disqualified right off the bat because I'm listening too much and participating. Have you ever read the newspaper? Well, yes.
Yeah, I mean, because you can't go in there and lie and say, no, I don't know nothing about this case, never heard of it. Yeah, I mean, you can't go in there and do that. And as much as we've talked about it and everything else, they'd be like, nah, you got to go home.
And see, that brings up my next question. Who brings in that first group? Let's just say they're going to bring in 100. They're only going to pick the 12 and the 4. Who decides who's going to be that first 12? Don't tell me a computer picks it.
No, I think
Okay.
it's random.
Well, I know in Kenosha, I've watched 2 different trials out of Kenosha. And what they would do is they picked 18 people. There was the 12 jurors and then the 6 alternates. Whenever it's time for the jury to go in for deliberation, they picked out 6 names out of like this little tumbler thing. They would put all the jurors in there or their numbers, and they would kind of like a bingo thing. They would turn it and then pick numbers out of it. And the 6 numbers that they picked become the alternates.
All right, I'm talking about the people who get the
first call.
the first call, they get a letter at the house as you've been summoned for jury duty.
Mm-hmm.
Please report to the courthouse on
Oh,
Friday the
I
10th.
thought you meant after once it's time for
No,
them to go in for
because
deliberation. Okay.
no, they're picking a big pool, and then out of that pool, they're going to narrow it down to
It's
16 in that case. And here in Florida, it can be 6 on that type of a case. So
mhm.
on a homicide. So let's go to or it could be larger. I don't know what they've got right now. Anyway, so who picks that first jury pool that says, and I know it's at random, but that's not answering my question. Who? A computer or a human?
I don't
And I
know.
never get that answer from anybody. And you think of anybody, I would get the answer, but I don't. And I said, who picks that?
I don't know. I've never thought about that.
I haven't either.
Because that's where the rigging can start. That's how you can rig a jury real quick.
One juror matters said by your jury summons number. So
Okay.
everybody
It would
has
be
like
the
a
computer then.
like every.
Well,
I've never thought about that.
in every state it's different. And here in Florida, they go by your driver's license.
Okay.
In some states, it's voter registration.
That's how it is in Louisiana. If you're a registered voter, then you can get a jury summons at any time.
And we
That's
used
how
to
it is
do
too.
registered voters, but there was a big fuss about it because some people can't vote,
Mm-hmm.
and so but everybody can have a driver's license, and they came up with the excuse we don't want to discourage people from voting, so that's why we went to driver's license. Well, now you want to discourage people from driving, and it'll tell you what'll automatically knock you off, but you still got to go down to the courthouse for the judge to decide that you're automatically disqualified. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm assuming a computer spits this out. I would hope,
Yeah, I think so.
because the demographics are going to matter on this case.
Right. And I don't know. I've never thought about that. That's a good question.
Because
I wonder if I call the voters registration office here where I live at, if they would tell me that.
but probably they call the clerk of the court, because that's who's in charge of it,
I
getting the
might have to,
mailing out and everything else.
I may have to call them and find out, because that is an interesting question. I've really never thought about like how they go and pick the people to
To
send the
receive
letters
the
out.
first letter, yeah, that first
Right.
wave. And when you go in there, they'll say, I mean, you're in there, it's like cattle. And they'll say, if you're assigned numbers 1 through 100, go to second floor, courtroom B and C.
Mm-hmm.
If you got number 200 through 299, go to the 7th floor. And they start moving around. And then if you get disqualified off of one, they'll say, okay, all you got disqualified, come with me. They'll take you to another courtroom.
Oh wow.
It's an all-day affair, but they do let you bring like your telephone or iPads and play games. At least
Yeah,
here they will.
I
But
just went in a few months ago. I went in and they did let us keep our phones and stuff. And it was funny because it said don't take any drinks or anything in there. Well, with my problem with my throat and my medicine makes my mouth so dry sometimes I can't swallow. So we're sitting there, right? And she the court stenographer or whatever came in and she's like telling us all of this stuff and she's like, does anybody need anything? And the first thing I did was raise my hand and say, do you have some water? And
well,
she
we
got
had
me some water. And then we sat there for a few hours and they pleaded out, so we got to leave.
a pastor, and he just asked the judge. He says, "I only got one question to ask you guys. I'm a pastor. If one of my members of the church passes away, and I'm supposed to go do the funeral, will I be excused?" Well, naturally, that got him out of jury duty.
Oh, it did?
Yep, it did. I wouldn't have let him. I said, "You don't have other pastors can do it." Most of them got 3 or 4 underneath them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow. That's
But
surprising.
yeah,
Let's see. Where did that comment just go?
But the news people's the one that gets me. You can tell they never been on the jury. It took an hour for them to decide, to deliberate. Well, after you've been sitting out there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, when you go back in the room, they got one restroom in the back where the jury is. And you
Oh
got
my.
we had something like we had all ladies and I was the only male. So I got to let all them go use the restroom first before I can. And now everybody wants to go to a snack bar and get something to eat real quick, because we've been in there a while, get a little candy bar. And now we got to start deliberating.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but I mean, it took at least 30 minutes before we could start deliberating.
Well, I could see that. You would think they'd be set up better than that. Well, at least we're good talking to each other because that gives Charlotte time to look. Shit. Scarlet time.
I'm going to
I,
guess she hasn't found it.
I am going to just like wash my mouth. That was soap.
no, you're fine calling me that. It's not a big deal.
It is to me.
Scarlet.
Yeah, I don't know. Charlotte keeps sticking in my brain.
Yeah, like I said, there was a guy that come in here, William. That's all he ever called me was Charlotte for like the longest.
I don't even like that name.
Oh, I like the name Charlotte. Like Charlotte, North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't like the name.
Okay, so from Google, and I think I'm still going to call and just find out, but it says, what are the steps to getting selected for jury duty? Typically, courts pull names from the voter registration list from the state of Louisiana. Potential jurors are mailed a qualification questionnaire form to complete and return to the court.
Okay, you saying that. Okay, can you repeat that again? You get a questionnaire.
Yeah, it says, what are the steps to getting selected for jury duty? Typically, courts pull names from the voter registration list from the state of Louisiana, after which potential jurors are mailed a qualification questionnaire form to complete and return to the court.
Okay, go back to the first sentence. The courts pull the list.
Yeah, the
So
courts pull the names.
is that a human or a computer pulling that list
I
at the court?
It doesn't say.
I'm going to say it's a human, but I can't give that 100% at
Yeah,
all.
I would think because like it would be for in Louisiana for each parish, where other states are counties. I would say for like just in Louisiana for each parish, they would pull it for that parish only. Um,
See, I think a computer does that.
I'm gonna call tomorrow and find out. I'm gonna call the local courthouse and ask.
So, if you get some paperwork sent to you,
Mm-hmm.
that means they're getting ready to call you for jury duty in the near future?
Okay, so the way it's been done here, like me or my husband one will get a letter in the mail saying that you have been summoned for jury duty on such and such date. You need to be there at such and such time, or whatever. Uh, and if you have a medical reason, you just call your doctor. The doctor can send over a letter, and you get excused. Or you take your letter and you go in at that on that day and that time, and then the whole jury selection process starts, and
You
they
know,
either keep you or send you home.
yeah, I get that. Okay, so this is the thing. My husband just recently got a questionnaire. He didn't get anything about being on a jury, but he got a questionnaire.
They don't do that here.
Well, I didn't know they did it here either, and so I'm trying to figure out because he's like, I'm not filling it out. I'm like, you gonna go to jail?
I'm trying to think. Where troll go? Have you ever got a questionnaire for jury trial? You just got a letter saying to be there? Okay, he says he's never gotten a questionnaire. It's always been just a letter saying you got to be at the courthouse at such and such date.
Yeah, that's what we've always gotten too. And then he got this. I don't. There's
And
so
now,
much
now don't
spam.
forget, there's different rules for federal court and state court.
Yeah, I just found it weird that they sent a questionnaire without summoning.
Okay. Holy crap. Okay, so Troll has sent something to me. Let me open it with Google Docs so I can get off of my email.
So do you
That
have little troll dolls all over your house?
no, them little things are creepy.
I think they're cute. I grew
Th-
up with those things.
Those were big in the 60s.
They were. I grew up with those things. I love those things.
They made a comeback in the 90s too.
Yeah, they did.
Well, you know how and why?
Why?
Because now the people that grew up in the 60s are now parents in the 90s, and they want to give their kids the same toys they grew up on.
Yeah.
They're finding that same thing with like Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
They made a comeback, and there's a few toys that made comebacks because that's what the parents grew up on. They said, "Oh, you're gonna love this one." I did as a little child.
Yeah, Jamie, that's what I thought too. She was saying that he needs to fill it out. That's how they pick for a larger case.
Let's see.
That's what I was thinking too.
And then once again, that might be, was it for the federal or the state court?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't get this to open with Google Docs. Let me see if I can download it real quick so I can pull it up. But it's talking about how the jury is chosen. And you said this was for the state of. Oh shit! I'm talking to myself. I thought he was still in the room. Okay, let's see if it downloaded. I believe it is for the state of Idaho. Okay, let me get off my email so I can pull it up. Well, hell, where did it go? Y'all, done lost it.
I've received from both the state and the federal court. State just says show up at this time at this courtroom, and you can check on the. They have an online website that you can check. Just says you're in group 10 or group 15, group 20, and it'll tell you if that number is no longer needed because maybe that group was going to be assigned to a certain case and they've already settled before it got to court.
Oh, Riddler, I wanted to tell you too. I was talking to my husband about that 3-inch screw thing.
Mm-hmm.
He did that when we built the house.
Oh, good.
Okay.
You're secured.
Yeah.
Okay, and I do know that on the letters that they send out to people in Louisiana, it'll tell you that you can like call the day before you're supposed to
Yeah,
be
they did here too.
for a jury and to let you know if you're still needed or not.
Right.
Yep. And same thing here in my hometown. You don't call, you go online and it'll tell you if your group number is still
right
needed.
That's what mine did.
Now, federal court was different. They send you a questionnaire with the summons, and they want you to already have that the questionnaire sent in back to the court before you show up.
See, that's what I'm thinking with this, and I'm thinking he's going to get his butt in trouble if he doesn't fill it out.
Okay, so he says this is for Idaho. All right, so we know the importance of a jury service, but what we need to know is how the jury is chosen. So it says your name is drawn at random from a list of registered voters and licensed drivers and other sources as deemed appropriate by your county. So it doesn't say if it's a person or a computer. See, all of those so drawn constitute the group from which jurors will be elected to hear particular cases. A juror's summons, a juror qualification form, and a prospective juror questionnaire were sent to you. The summons instructed you to come to the courthouse to appear for the jury duty, and the juror qualification form, which you mailed back to the court, asked questions to determine if you are legally qualified to serve on a jury. The prospective juror questionnaire asks you questions that will help the judge and the attorneys determine your fairness, and the ability to sit as a juror on a particular case. After you arrive at the courthouse, the jury commissioner will direct you to a courtroom. All jurors will be asked to raise and swear to affirm to answer truthfully the questions asked of you concerning your qualifications to act as a juror in the case. As a prospective juror, you will be questioned by the judge and the attorneys. The series of questions is sometimes called the voir dire. The judge and the lawyers need to determine whether any of you have any information concerning the case or any opinions or attributes which either the lawyers believe may cause you to favor or disfavor some part of the evidence or one party or the other. Some of the questions are personal, but they are not intended to embarrass you. They are asked in order to determine if there is any reason that you should not sit on the case. Jurors may be excused for legal cause such as a personal or financial relationship with the party. And additionally, each attorney may excuse a limited number of jurors by what is called the peremptory challenge. After the jury has been selected, the juror will be asked to rise and swear to affirm that they will render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence. Once the jury has been sworn, the judge will give instructions about how the trial will be conducted, generally what the case is about, and how the jury is to carry out its responsibilities. Your duty as a juror is to listen to the judge, witness, and lawyers, to deliberate calmly and fairly, and to decide intelligently and justly. Your decision must be made upon the evidence presented to you in the court. So it still doesn't say if it's computer generated or if it's a human that does it.
Well, I would think that it's a human, but I mean a
Right.
computer. I would think that it's a computer, but I would think that a human.
It would.
He's got to do some kind of input on that computer for it to select.
Right. I mean, maybe the computer goes through and generates them, and then a person goes back and kind of like rechecks it or whatever.
But have you ever seen
maybe-
any celebrities on jury duty?
No,
Any movie stars? Any
no.
professional athletes? I mean, the big name athletes? No.
No.
See, somebody knows how to get the right demographic if they want to for the. Well, he's coming from that zip code. That zip code is ruby red. He's coming from this
Oh, I
other
see.
zip code. It's blue. Right. And do you get the same amount of females as males in there? See, all that's going to play on this.
Yeah, there's possibly I can see a computer doing it since everything is computer based now. I'm still going to call tomorrow and find that out though because I'm curious.
So riddle me this.
Like I need to know how y'all pull your people. Is it by computer or is it human generated? I just need to know computer or human. That's all you got to tell me. I'm trying to find out what
I think it would be computer to take the human error out of it, but maybe then they do look at it afterwards.
Like a quality assurance type thing.
Yeah.
To go back and just make
where it's
sure
fair that I told my husband, I said, go in there and tell them, no matter what they say or do, they're guilty, period. Done. I don't care what you have.
Well, say you have an essay trial. We'll just use that one.
Mm-hmm.
How ironic. It's all men on the jury. You got a case, and I can give you one, but I don't want to mention it here. You got a case where an African American is killed by is shot and homicide by a white male,
Mm-hmm.
and then the jury is all white females. There's no males, and there's no African Americans on the jury.
See, that's why. Well, but see, some of that comes from the voir dire. I mean,
yeah.
And they run tests. They run test cases too before. It's amazing. They run like test cases to find out what demographic would be better as far as that trial goes. Would it be better to have women or better to have men?
Well, you
So
know,
that comes in the voir dire, but I think it starts with the computer and then it's shot out, and then it comes down to the voir dire of whether they want, who they want to kick off and who they want to keep.
Well, the prosecution on that particular case was naturally the ones they selected to serve, and the defense who they wanted to serve. Defense got all theirs, the prosecution didn't.
you know they have these people. I forgot exactly what they're called, but they'll like the defense attorneys will bring them in to help them pick
Yeah,
the
that's what
people
I'm
for the.
talking.
Okay,
Yeah,
what are they? Hey, T Rev, how are you?
I
Um,
can't remember what it was called, but Bull, that show Bull with the guy that played Anthony on NCIS.
uh huh.
I can't remember his name right now, but anyway, he played. It was called Bull, or yeah, it was called Bull, and that's what he did. He was a consultant that worked with the lawyers. That they went ahead and they set up a jury pool with people to find out, what words worked more, what affected them more. Was it a male or female that was more likely to agree with their side, and all of that. I can't remember what the name of it is, though.
Well, see, in that particular case we had, it was like the judge said, you pick 12, defense. And he told the prosecution, you pick 12. And then the judge went and decided that it was going to be all white females on the jury.
Oh wow.
See,
The
that's how,
judge decided?
yes.
That doesn't seem
Yeah, that's how it's done.
legal.
No, that's how it's done. If
What?
they go, when they go in there, yeah, the judge picks the jury. The judge goes in there and says, you guys agree on these three. Let's just say you're going to have 6 on there. You guys judge on these 3? Yes. Then he'll go in there and say, do y'all have disagreements with these 3 coming on? And they're going to sit there and squawk back and forth. But the final say comes from the judge, at
Well,
least in
yeah,
my state.
no, yeah, I understand what you say, but that's not like
I thought it was.
ruling out the voir dire. I mean, they have to go through the process of whether
Well,
either one
yeah,
of them
they,
even wants it.
all right, Lady V, they went through that. The jurors got their notes at home. They showed up at the courthouse. They got voir dire, cross-examined. They got through all that. And now he says, pick 12 out of that group that you want on that jury. Both sides did. So the ones with common denominators automatically go on. How you going to find the rest of the 6? So he found 6 that were common. So they put those on there. Now he's got to find 6 more. And the judge went in there and says, if you guys can't pick them, I will. And they
Right.
went in there, and that's
Oh
what
wow.
happened.
Oh,
And
I see
you
what
can
you
read
said.
Idaho,
Yeah,
you're
because
going
they
to see.
can't.
Go read Idaho and see who picks the jury after they go through that voir dire.
Yeah, I know I do know he has the final word on it.
Yeah, he's got the final word on everything in there. We had a case in there where the jury voted in favor of the plaintiff, and 5 minutes later, judge hit the gavel and reversed the decision of the jury.
Because don't in the jury selection, don't they have what is it called? Strikes? Is that what it's
Yeah,
called? Like each side
that's
gets
what
like
they're
some.
called.
Right. That's how you're doing it. You're eliminating who you don't want.
Yeah.
You strike through it, and now he sees the ones that you want, and then he's going to compare the two. So if Scarlett, if you pick 5 and Lady V, y'all got the same 5, well, we still got to get 10 on this jury. How are we going to get the rest of the jury in there?
Yeah.
And if you two are going to sit there and squawk at it back and forth, no, there's absolutely no way. He's
Then
going to
the
finally,
judge.
he's going to finally
no.
narrow it down. These are the
Yeah.
5 you're getting.
Yeah, I've seen them do that.
Okay, right, yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I guess it's the only fair way to do it.
Yeah.
But once again, I guess they're trying to get the same amount of numbers of the demographics that this trial's going to be about.
One jury, are you talking to
Bryan, BK's. Is it going to be heavily male or heavily female?
I don't know.
If it's heavily female, I can tell you where that's going.
Yeah.
If it's heavily male, I can almost tell you where that's going. But I'm pretty sure this is going to come out in favor of the prosecution because that town, like I said, they're ready to get this thing behind them.
Yeah, it's
Because
gonna be interesting.
if he walks, okay, so he didn't do it. Who did? He's still out there, or she out there, whatever. There's nothing in this world fair. I'll just leave
No,
that
that's the
bottom line.
truth. That's the truth.
There's nothing out there that's fair for everybody.
I think one juror was talking to you though, River. Can you see the chat at all?
Hold on. Okay, I can now. Who was it somebody trying to get my
One
attention?
juror.
One juror matters.
One juror matters. Okay, he's saying something's incorrect. Let's see. That's just not true. It was true in my case because we were on there and they were picking, and there was somebody they didn't want, and they got there and argued on who's going to be the remaining jury to fill in. And you can also see it in another trial. I don't want to give the name of it, but there's another trial where the prosecution couldn't get the people they wanted on there. They agreed with the females that were on there, but they wanted an African American on there, and they wanted another white male on there, and they couldn't get those on there. If you want to look at the cases, Zimmerman versus state of Florida, what was the guy's name? That he got shot down in Orlando. The prosecution couldn't get everybody they wanted. They only could get a couple, whereas prosecution.
I think I remember here. I think I remember.
That was all white females, one Hispanic female, and then it was two males against each other. So Trayvon Martin, yeah, that's the one I was trying to think of. And there's other ones around the country. But once again, how are they going to pick the jury? I've always wanted to.
Yeah, it is interesting. I've never really thought about it before.
Okay. All right, let me get back in.
And once again, each state, I'm sure, has different ways of picking.
Oh yeah.
Like in Florida, they used to use voter registration, and then they now go to Florida driver's license.
Yeah, ours was voter registration. I don't know if they've changed it or not now.
And then again, I guess a civil trial. I was in that one too. They fight on that one, who they want and don't want.
Oh wow! Lord, how many jurors have you been on?
2. Should have been disqualified from, but the defense is the one that picked me. Huh.
Why should you have been disqualified?
Because I got family members that are on the prosecution side.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's hear about your kind of fight.
And I was honest with them during the when they vet you. I was in there and I was honest with them. I gave him everything, but he liked my answer. He goes, 2 of my clients, and they're in there in shackles and chains when we saw them. And he goes, 2 of my clients have been arrested for this. Are they innocent or guilty? I go, innocent. He goes, why? I said, because they haven't been proven, haven't been tried by a jury yet. He goes, I like your answer. Writes it down. And he was the one that picked me.
Did you want to be on it?
Well, I mean, I got called to do it. I went to do it. I'd rather be at work. But so I was on it. And then we go in a room and they let the jury pick who's going to be the foreman. And I guess because I was the only male, I was the foreman. See, there's another case. I'm the only male.
Huh.
And what was it? It was 2 males who robbed 2 African-American males who robbed a shoe store. And when the police showed up, one of them shot him, grazed off the side of his neck. The bullet did.
Wow.
And the defense was just wanting to get something like simple battery or something like that.
I put following one schedule. Oh.
Yeah, I think they're talking about Bryan's.
Yeah, I think so too.
And Prosser Gang says the terabytes are going to bite his ass. I just want to know what the evidence are that they have.
Yeah, we want to know, did the dog hair show up at his apartment?
Yeah, because they found a hair that they said that they thought was. Did they say dog hair, animal hair? I can't remember which one they used, but like, why didn't they test it to see if maybe it came from Murphy? The fire stick will be huge. I'm wondering what, yeah, like just the searches on the fire stick. It's going to be interesting. I think everything that they have said that they have that we know of is going to be interesting, especially coming out of that car. But then just the stuff that we don't know about.
Yeah,
I think we're going to be really surprised at what they have.
I do too. I'm just hoping that it makes sense, that 8 hour gap finally makes sense, but I'm not sure it will.
Yeah, Roger Kent. Let's see, Roger V. Kent. You said judge can turn over a verdict in a civil trial. That's the one they had here in my hometown. He overturned a civil trial. Jacksonville Jaguar football player was injured, and he claimed he didn't get the proper medical, and he had it all backed up, and the jury sided with him. And after it was over, the judge threw out that verdict. Now in criminal court, it says here that cannot overturn a not guilty verdict into a criminal trial. I wouldn't know. I'll take your word for it.
Running Bear says they believe they got a lot of evidence stacked against him. Well, that's a good thing.
Oh, I bet there's over 1,000 pieces of evidence to present.
Yeah.
I just hope that whatever they have and they prove that he's the one that done it, that it's enough for conviction. Honestly.
A form doesn't have to be a male, Jen E4. No, he was just saying because he's the only guy, and normally women of my generation usually would like have a gentleman. I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say without sounding bad. Women of my generation, we just kind of like, if there's a male in the room, it's like, okay, well, why don't you go? So to me, it's not weird. I sound like your mom? What do you mean, my voice or what I'm saying?
Running Bear, you don't think they should have cameras in Bryan's trial or at Bryan's trial?
Well, has there been any
what I'm
popular trials lately? Let's just say since 2010. Any big name trials that the judge says there'll be no cameras?
Lori Vallow.
Okay.
The judge said that there would be no cameras, but he would allow audio, and then the audio would be released every day after court is over with, and then it could be distributed out and all that. And the only time that he allowed cameras in the courtroom was the day the verdict was read, and that was it.
Right. So in that document we read earlier about them not wanting cameras in there, did they or did they not say something about Lori Vallow's case and how people were scrutinizing her face and everything else? So
They
they
said
didn't have
that about
cameras
Bryan.
in there. Huh?
They said that about that people were talking about Bryan. It was Bryan's facial expressions, but they did mention Lori Vallow and the judge that was over her case, Stephen Boyce.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure when it comes down, because Stephen Boyce is going to be the same judge that Lori has going to be for Chad's judge as well for his trial.
Yeah.
He's probably not. He's probably going to do it the same way with Chad's trial. It's probably going to be no cameras, only audio.
Probably so.
Let's see. Epstein's girlfriend. How do you pronounce her name? Ghislaine or something like that.
Island.
Maxwell.
Island.
Ghislaine Maxwell. No cameras. I didn't watch that one. One juror matters. They didn't have one. There wasn't cameras in the courtroom for Orson's, his
No,
adoptive parents.
no.
Oh, okay.
And then we had that one that I was talking about the other night that they had they had cameras in there, but they released it the next day.
Oh, okay. I mean, if they just allow audio,
Fairfield or something like that.
if they just release the audio, I mean, they keep bringing up Lori's case.
That's why I'm
Which,
like, but what's the reason? I mean, there was no cameras in there, so how could we scrutinize her every little move?
I think that I'm hoping if they're not going to allow the cameras and they keep pushing for no cameras, that they're bringing her case up and the judge in that case saying we're not going to have any cameras but only the audio, and then they will release, maybe this judge here, judge will allow audio if he doesn't allow the cameras. Maybe
Yeah.
he'll kind of go along with Judge Boyce and be like, okay, well, it worked out for her trial, we'll do the same.
Well, Letitia's judge seemed to work just fine, Judge Warner.
Yeah.
He seemed perfectly comfortable with them being in there. I think people get in there and they forget that they're on camera.
I mean, yeah.
You're more nervous about testifying or what's going on than you are cameras.
Once again, I'm wondering how big that courtroom is for,
Not very big.
How many cameras can you get in there and who you limit it to? But like I said, you can just put one camera in the back with a microphone and everybody feeds off that, I guess. I don't know. I can't see why they don't have cameras for that one.
Well, the judge has his own YouTube channel. Like each judge there, they have their own channel.
Right.
So why not
gosh.
just let it, why not let it live stream through that channel? And anybody that wants to live stream it from that, allow them to.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I don't see what the harm is. And if they're doing it for the person that is being tried, I don't think that should be a consideration. I'll be honest with you. They have absolutely no presumption of privacy at all once they've committed a crime, to me.
The only other thing I hope comes out of this trial, and I don't know how they would do it, did he have assistance? Let's say they find BK guilty. Was somebody his getaway driver? Somebody assist him with this? Stay on lookout for him or something.
Right.
And I don't know if that would come out.
For a long time, well, actually, up until the other night when we were talking, Scarlett, I always thought it was one person, but then the things that you pointed out the other night was just too, it was just too logical for me to dismiss. I mean,
Yeah, I just can't get over
there was another person. Yeah.
I can't get over the car and the amount of times it went in there and it turned around and all that. Just for somebody who's been there 12 times, it just seems like he would know where to go to.
Yeah.
And I could be completely wrong, and I may be just overthinking or thinking too much into it. I don't know. I can't get past that. I can't get past the 8-hour gap. And the shoe print still bothers me a little bit, but not as much.
Right.
I can get over her after she sees him, goes back into her room. I don't know if she has a cell phone with her in that room. I hope she does. But let's say she didn't have one.
Well, if she was communicating with Bethany, she had to have one.
Okay, then she's got one.
Yeah, because it says in the PCA that based off of what they downloaded from Bethany and Dylan's phones, led police to believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25.
Yeah, you got problems there.
Yeah. So there had to have been something going on with those two phones to make the police believe that.
Well, okay, so she's derelict of duty. You still got the homicide, and I guess you still got your man that you want.
Mm.
So it wouldn't matter. It's just that you would want to see some little urgency in
Well, you know,
why you
if
didn't make a call then. Because
right, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I mean, because you know what the defense is going to do. They're going to twist this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Evidently, you didn't think it was serious enough to make a phone call.
Unless they're both in their room. Well, yeah, all it took was a phone. I was going to say, unless they're in their room and both of them are texting back and forth, I'm scared to move. Or you know what I mean? I'm
Mhm.
afraid I don't know what to.
I mean, I get started if I run around the corner and run into one of my nephews or nieces. Oof, like that real quick, like I wasn't expecting to see you. I recover real quick. But now, if I saw somebody strange in this house at 4 in the morning, now, of course I'm a different animal. That's when the pistol comes out. But if I was in her case and I saw that, I mean, did she go in a room and just go into shock for 4 hours?
I can get trying to process it, like I said the other night, processing what she just seen and what she just heard. And seeing, I mean, by seeing this guy in her house at 4 something in the morning with a mask and all that. And we don't know what else she saw. We don't know if she's seen him carrying a knife. I,
Right,
you
right.
know,
You're
that,
right. Because they only put in the
yeah,
PCA what they wanted us to see, and just enough to get him in handcuffs and
right.
behind bars.
So he could have walked by her and had blood all over the area where his eyes were uncovered. Um, and he could have had the knife in his hand. And so I get her needing time to process what she's possibly seen and what she heard, but I just don't get the
And she
eight
could have saw
hours.
and she might have saw some red fluid on him, but
Yeah,
they didn't put it in the PC. Right. There's so many
right.
different things, but I'm just trying to figure out what went through her mind and what was her condition during those hours
Yeah.
after that.
Hmm.
Was she just zoned out? Uh, was she out drinking that night and it, she thinks she's having a bad dream?
Hallucinating. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm
Sorry.
surprised. I'm surprised, and I'm sure they have. The district attorney says, "Let's go over this again. You saw this guy, then what'd you do? What you shut the door? That's going to be the $1 million question. What did
Yeah.
you do? And what time did she call Bethany? Did it say?
No, it doesn't say. It does. It don't even say that she called anyone. Um,
It just says she communicated with her. Or?
no, it just says that based off of
Communication.
it just says based off of Dylan and Bethany's statements and the downloads from their phones, led police to believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. So I mean, there had to have been something going on with their phones between 4 and 4:25.
Well, what would be the downloads? Pictures?
Text messages, phone calls. I mean, they could have been texting back and forth to each other. Did you hear that? What was that sound? What's
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah.
It could have been anything like that.
Well,
And
why did
But
they
for
just put
8 hours.
why did they just put in there between the communication between the two phones? We would have understood that better than the
it's like I said,
downloads.
it's the wording of the PCA. It's there's some parts of it that is weirdly worded.
Lord of mercy.
Uh, and yeah, there could have been like anything on Snapchat. It could have been anything that they got off their phones. But it had to have been something going on between 4 and 4:25 that, I mean, I would think that would, I mean, because what else would lead them to believe that it happened during those two, between that time frame of 4 and 4:25? I mean, it's not like if there was nothing on their phones, there would be nothing there to lead them to believe that.
Right.
So it had to be something between them two, or maybe Dylan could have texted her boyfriend between those two times and said she heard something going on in the house, or that she saw the guy in the house, or anything. But something had to have been going on both of their phones
I
at
agree.
at that time, whether it was to each other, but it whatever went on had to have been about what was going on in that house.
You would think so.
Because if not, Aunt Taylor's gonna have a field day with that part too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, but you're right, Riddler. Therefore, you closed the door. What'd you do? Well, apparently you weren't afraid enough to call the police.
And see, that's another thing that don't make sense. She was in a frozen shock phase, and she was scared, so she went back in her room and she locked her door.
But did
But
they say that, or is that it's just speculating that that's what happened?
oh, that's what's in the PCA. That
Okay.
she was in a frozen shock phase, and she went back into her room and she locked her door. And so she was
Okay,
what
so she could function where she could walk, and she could function where she could lock a door.
but she doesn't call law
But she
enforcement.
doesn't call LE. Yeah.
Right,
So
but she does communicate with Bethany
It just doesn't make sense.
the
somewhere.
yeah, like there's something was going on with the phones that led them to believe between those two times.
Boy, I can't wait to see this one. Well,
It's
I can't see it. Never
Maybe
mind.
we can hear it.
Because I could just imagine her texting those who are deceased or injured right now. I can just see that right now. And then she finally gets a hold of Bethany.
possibly, I don't know.
I don't know.
It's and hopefully we'll, if we don't get to watch it, hopefully we'll at least, if we can just get the audio off of the trial, I will be happy, because it's better
Yeah,
than nothing.
me too. So
You
do you
know,
work? Scarlett, do you work?
do what?
Or do you work, or is this your work?
No, this is my work now. I
Oh,
used to
that's
do
what I thought.
transcription work, but I don't do that no more. It's all YouTube.
That's what I thought. You're just a very smart lady.
Well, thank you. Okay, wait. Let's see. All you're thinking about is what it did happen between 4 and 4:25, but Ellie could be narrowing it down by process of elimination of what happened before and after those times. But once you're in the PCA, though, that's what it states. It's between those times. Like which I get what you're saying also, but there had to have been something going on according to the PCA and the way they have it worded. But like I said, the wording is wonky too in the PCA.
So it was actually 4:05, right?
Well, it says between 4 and 4:25. That's the time
Okay.
frame that they have. But they say that the last time they see the car going to the house is at 4:04 and leaving at 4:20. So it like I said, it's the wording
4:20 to
of it.
4:25, right?
No, 4 o'clock to 4:25.
Right.
Is
4:25.
what? Yeah.
Said 4:20.
Yeah, Jamie, I did that. I've done medical transcription. I've done a little bit of legal transcription. I've done general transcription. And just after a while, it gets old.
I think it would get boring.
Yeah, because I mean, all you do is sit at a computer and listen to other people talk and type what they say.
And so far, we believe, or it's in the probable cause, DoorDash shows up at 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So if I get a DoorDash order at 4 o'clock, and they're claiming that something happened at. On the other hand, they're saying it happened between 4 and 4:25, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hmm.
Did
And they
she?
could
Did
be they
she?
could they could be using the 4 o'clock part of it because they know that Xana got the DoorDash delivery at 4, so they knew at 4 she's still alive. Now I
Are
don't
we
know
sure
where they're
she
getting
actually
at 4:25.
went and picked it up?
You're breaking up. What was that?
Did she actually get it? I
I would assume that
said,
they.
did she actually pick it up and bring it in the house?
I would think that they verified that. I mean, if they hopefully they verified that she actually got it. So that could be where they're getting the 4 o'clock. I just don't know where they're getting the 4:25 from. J Lord, yeah, I've seen that. Um, it's some of the things that
I
they
mean, I
say on
would think
Facebook is
so, but
ridiculous.
If he's coming in the house at 4 o'clock, and let's say he came through the back sliding glass door for argument's sake,
Mhm.
and she's just got her DoorDash.
because the
She's
car
running.
left at 4:20.
What time did the DoorDash car leave? Oh, anyway, so she leaves. She's coming up the steps. He's coming through the kitchen. Do they bump into each other outside the bedroom? I mean, I know she's on the other side of the room from Dylan. Does Zana and the suspect bump into each other?
Possibility, but if that's the case, then there had to be somebody else driving the car because he couldn't be driving the car at 4:04, but be in the house at 4 o'clock.
4:20. So
Lady V, you're breaking up really bad.
Now, see, I'm wondering why the defense didn't bring that up when the PCA was brought for the arrest.
Wait, say that again.
All right, why hasn't that been brought up by the defense so far? How can you have my client driving a car? Oh, I see. Oh, never mind. So now it looks like he's got a getaway driver.
Yeah, she's gonna pick that PCA apart.
Sure. If we can see it, I know she can.
Right. See, what if there was a driver if BK's car dropped him off at the back earlier and came back? Sally Mae, that's what I'm thinking possibly happened. I mean, and I could be completely wrong. It's just that's what makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's what we got, one jurors. Between 4 and 4:25 is
25.
when they said this event took place.
But he's seen leaving on the car is seen leaving at a high rate of speed at 4:20 from the house for the last time.
And we got a DoorDash delivery at 4 o'clock.
All right, Lady V, you back?
yeah, I'm back. My phone got hot.
Oh, okay.
Wow, it's really hot.
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting off of here in just a second.
Well, I made it through the 306 thing, but
I thought that's what was going on was your internet was acting up.
yeah.
Prosser gang, I agree with you. I don't care how good your lawyer is. If that evidence starts to turn into a mountain, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Narrows it from 4. It excludes any of the 4 kids. I just want to know what went on that house so badly.
Yeah. Jay, well, it doesn't say that she's seen him walking out the backslider. It just said that whenever he walked by her, she saw him walking towards the backsliding door. But it doesn't, and then it says after that sentence, it says law enforcement believe that is the time that the suspect left the house.
Well, I had my phone plugged in, J Lord, and so I wouldn't drop on there from it dying. So I think it was just getting overheated from that. And I have an iPhone, so they're kind of hard to get malware or spyware on.
Now they're going by. He left. She saw him walk out the door or walk towards the door at 4:25. That came because of Dylan.
Well, they don't give a time. It just says that she's seen him walk whenever he walks past her. She sees the bushy eyebrows and what he's wearing and everything, and she sees him walking towards the back sliding door. And police believe that that is the time that he left. And then it says on there that his car was seen, or the suspect vehicle one was seen at 4:20, leaving at a high rate of speed.
So why didn't they? If she didn't give him a time, why didn't they just say, okay, at 4:15, 4:20?
Because
Right.
they
So
saw the car.
What now? I'm sorry.
They saw the car leave.
yeah,
Okay,
there's
yeah, but they can't say the car left at 4:20 with him still in the house at 4:25.
I know that doesn't make sense.
that's what
So,
doesn't make sense.
and if she didn't give them that exact number, 4:25, who put that 4:25 there?
I don't know. That's where see the 425 is coming in because they're saying what they got off of Dylan and Bethany's phones. They believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. I can understand the 4 o'clock part of it because that's when Xana got the DoorDash. But where are
Right.
they getting the 425 at? Like, did
Right. Because
he?
if he left at 4:20, if the car left at 4:20,
Was he still in the house? Did he actually leave out of the house when she thought he was like walking towards the back door? Did he really leave at that time? And or was he still in the house when the car left at 4:20?
Well, another good one on it's not on the PCA, but in the original, I guess the sheriff was giving it 3 to 4.
Yeah,
We
I don't
believe these
understand that
events
either.
took place. But I mean, I don't know why he gave those numbers or if he just got confused and it's not official, but just because he said it.
Yeah,
But when you put it on a PCA, that now becomes official. Am I right?
right. Yeah.
right.
Unless both sides agree to redact it and alter it.
Musical. That's what I'm wanting to know. I don't get where they're getting the 425 out if they seen the car leaving at 4:20. I don't know unless there was a conversation that they got off of Dylan and or Bethany's phone that ended at 425. I just don't see how they're getting it if they seen the car leave at 420. That's one of those big mystery questions that I have regarding the PCA. See if I was bound to change from start to finish because of evidence comes in. Yeah, Mary, that is true. Um, but if they're claiming that they had statements from Dylan and Bethany, which they should have gotten on November the 13th, because they would have asked them in that first interview. Do you know, like, was everybody at home? What time did everybody get back? They're saying that Dylan and Bethany told them that everybody was home by 2 o'clock and asleep or at least in their rooms by 4 o'clock. So if they told them that at the very beginning, that they would have known that the murders couldn't have happened between 3 and 4. It's just another question regarding the timeline. So why put it out at the beginning unless they just told the public that? But if they're wanting people to give them surveillance footage of certain areas in town for between 3 and 4, they would actually need it between 3 to 5. Honestly,
One thing for sure, it convinced the judge enough to sign a warrant.
true. So I don't know. It's just
Well, like I said before, I'm 99.99% sure this guy did it. But I will give him the fairness of a trial, and I want to hear. I don't know if we're going to hear their side, but
right. Yeah, and I think he did it too. I just still think that there was somebody else in some way involved with it as well.
I'm back.
The good part is if you're in favor of the prosecution side of the state, you got the FBI there with them. I don't know if the FBI's got their lawyers there, but I know the federal prosecutors. But you got tons of FBI in that town. I guess they're still there. I don't know if they all left and went back home yet or not.
Oh, probably. I don't know.
What was there, 20 something there at one time, and I think it grew. And
They had like no, they ended up having like I think there was like 40 or something, and then there was then they got brought in like there was like 60 of them there.
wow.
Yeah, there was a lot.
I guess I'm sure they've gone somewhere else by now.
Probably. They may still be helping out with a few things.
Maybe they had their own fan girl club.
But they had to go back to wherever their home office is or whatever.
Now we heard, but I don't know how official it is, but we heard when the chief went to an Idaho lab, it didn't pick up any DNA, but they sent the chief to a Texas lab and it picked it up.
Right.
Is that right?
That's what I remember, yeah.
I still don't know if that Texas lab thing is true or not, because it says in the PCA that the Idaho State Lab is the one who found the DNA on the sheet.
Okay, so that clears that up for me.
Yeah, because I don't know where the Howard Blum guy or Bloom, whatever his last name is, I don't know where he would have got that information from about the Texas lab.
Well, see, the FBI also went against him for saying the FBI lost him for 2 hours or more.
Mm-hmm.
And the FBI says we never lost him.
But yet they didn't know where he was at until the plate reader found his plates in Loma, Colorado.
Right. And once again, the FBI says we had him the whole time.
Right.
Because they had a drone flying in the air over him.
Oh, okay, I got you. But so how'd they lose him?
Yeah. I mean, and I'm sure they had someone tailing him.
Yeah, even though they said that they didn't and all that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And they're and they're saying that the police officers that stopped them on the road, that they had nothing to do with that, right?
Yeah, they did say that they didn't ask the Indiana police to stop him either.
That's weird. He got stopped 2 times on the way home then.
And of all the people they stopped, boy, I guess if you're a police officer, you never know who you're going to be stopping, do you?
True.
Isn't that how was it Son of Sam got caught that way, or a parking ticket or something like that? The guy from New York. Remember him, Son of Sam? Berkowitz?
Yeah, I remember Son of Sam. David Berkowitz.
How did he get captured?
Let me Google that because I have no idea. Let's see what it says. Let's see. Is this not going to tell me how he was caught? It doesn't say. Oh my God, that's from the Times.
Okay, what I saw was his car was on the side of the road, and the police saw a firearm in the seat.
Oh, okay.
Let's make sure that's right, though.
Trying to see what it says on Wikipedia.
So go down there where it says arrest August 10th.
So Berkowitz was arrested August 10th of 1977 and subsequently indicted for the 8 shootings. He confessed to all of them and initially claimed to have been obeying the orders of a demon manifest in the form of a dog belonging to his neighbor, Sam. After found mentally competent to stand trial, he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences.
Okay, I've got it right here for you. It says the following day on August 10th, 1977, police investigated Berkowitz's car, which was parked outside his apartment building at 35 Pine Street, Yonkers. They saw a gun in the back seat, searched the car, and found a duffel bag filled with ammunition, maps of the crime scenes, and a threatening letter addressed to the inspector, Timothy Dowd. Let's see. Police decided to wait for Berkowitz to leave the apartment rather than risk a violent confrontation in the building's narrow hallway.
He did get a speeding ticket.
I don't know. That was before my time.
You can imagine the panic in New York when that was going on.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm about to get out of here for the night. I still gotta eat.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Proster Gang. It just, and I didn't think there was a second person either. But I mean, how is he supposed to be in the house when the car's still moving?
Yeah, it's just I don't know the PCA.
Allegedly. Yeah.
And look why he's driving out there. They're saying that's 4 o'clock, right?
Well, the last time that it shows the car going to the house was at 4:04. Because he goes to the house several different times. I think three to begin with. He turns around and leaves, and then that fourth time was at 4:04.
Well, one thing's for sure, we're amateurs, they're pros, and so far, we're not the only ones to see this. And you would think someone big would have already jumped on it if there was something wrong with that.
Right.
Yeah.
And neither side's complaining. Outside lawyers aren't complaining, but it'd be good for someone to explain it to us who are laymen's,
right?
Who are who sympathize with people who have to work in this field.
Yeah, I mean, because I would just like to know like where they're getting a 425 from.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you got to be able to turn a switch to work in this field. Can you imagine? You just got through seeing the Oklahoma case, and now you go home as a mother or a father. You're gonna work with the children at the Little League that day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow you got to come back and put a different hat on when you walk through them doors.
But they do it all the time. I mean, that they don't have any choice, you know. I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure that they talk to a counselor of some sort. You would think.
I would hope so.
Nah, it's in their DNA.
Well, I agree, but something like that, I think they usually set up a counseling session.
Yeah, because some of the stuff that they see on these cases, it's something that they probably don't never forget.
There's
no matter how many cases they work.
There's some of these the law enforcement people that years later that have walked into like the Bundys and the Rolands and all of that have dealt with that stuff, said there was like things that haunted them their whole entire life because of what they saw. There was no getting rid of it. It was just burned into their brain.
Oh sure, Green River.
Yeah.
I can imagine the one that was near you. BTK. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I remember all these weirdos. What about William Casey?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to let you get off.
All right.
I will see you probably tomorrow night.
Okay. I'll be here.
All right.
Bye, Lady B.
Bye bye.
All right. Have a good night.
Love you, Scarlett.
All right. Love you too.
Hey, she got the name right.
Y'all, before I'm about to end it, but y'all make sure to send birthday wishes up to Kaylee. Today would have been her 22nd birthday.
And continue praying for the family.
Right. Penny, have a good night.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it a morning.
Okay.
and hope to see you tomorrow. And if I see anything good, I'll email it to you. And thank you,
Okay.
everybody, for praying for the Iron Sheik's family. They're a wonderful family. He's a crazy guy. He's a nut, but the family is outstanding. So let's keep them in our prayers. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, if you talk to them, just let them know that me and the whole channel is sending prayers out to their family.
I certainly will. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night. All right, y'all. And if y'all also, if you haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up on your way out. But for sure, keep the Gonzalez family in your prayers. You know, for the first Kaylee's birthday without her, so it's gonna be a tough day for them. I guess it'll be our 22nd birthday. Let's see. Thank you, Jay Lord. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Jamie, have a good night as well. So yeah, I'm about to get out of here, y'all. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us tonight, and everybody who come up on panel. And I love you all, and I will talk to y'all next time. So y'all have a good night.